So this is what we're in for. A city split in half with this river. This looks suspiciously like Ankh-Morpork. But it turns out both halves of the city are the bad half, so that's cool. The rum must flow. All right, that's also a good, acceptable way of dealing with things. So I gather our quest today should eventually take us out the north gate. That's I think where we are headed. I think that is our goal. In the meantime, we're currently trying to figure out how to get anywhere. So, I guess let's get started. Let's see what this beggar has for us today. Yeah. I mean, my expectation is this will probably be about a stream, just like the last one. You stop, out of sight behind an outcrop, but the beggar does not look like much of a threat. Well, that just means we walk up to him, right? Definitely just walk up and throw caution to the wind. Yo, Icarus, thank you so much for the 31 months of support. Holy hell, that's a long time. Welcome back to the adventuring party. This is an especially good time to go on an adventure. Happy to have you around. What do we do here? Whatever. Caution's for suckers. You call a greeting and stride over, and the man leaps to his feet, drawing a short stick from inside his cloak. A stick? A stick. What does he think he's going to do with that? Who goes there? He demands. What's your business in Carre? I'm a traveler. The man pokes his stick at you. Traveler? Traveling where? The Backlands. The Backlands? He looks quite surprised. And what is in the Backlands? He prods harder. Answer me, or you'll face the consequences. Who are you? You ask. You're certainly very brave. The man beams with aging pride. I am the city guard. No one enters Carre except through me. And then, despite his age and clear ill health, he comes at you, waving his stick. What? Why? I won't fight you, you tell him. You're unarmed. He waves the stick close to your face, jabbing a few times, but you push the point aside with one hand. All right then, he declares. We'll settle this fairly. He tosses the stick to one side and raises his fists. The knuckles are blackened with scabs. Come on, buddy. I have a sword. I still won't fight you, you reply. I mean it. The beggar makes a short braying noise like a laugh, and then lamps you on the nose. That is a use of lamp I have not seen before. It is surprisingly painful, and he's readying for another swing. Come on, buddy. Really? 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 You step back, and with that, the fight seems to drain from him. He sits down again, suddenly sad. I didn't think so. I didn't think this was a thing that had to happen. Very well, he moans. You're right, I suppose. I can't defend the city on my own. Well, you tried. You tried, buddy. You're very brave. You're very brave, you tell him kindly. Am I? He asks, looking up. I don't feel brave. I'm still alive. Doesn't that make me a coward? Wow. Wow. That's, this is a whole ass mood. He shivers. You don't have any food, do you? He asks sadly. Unfortunately for both you and me, the answer is no. No, you shake your head. I'm sorry. The man sighs and shakes his head. No matter then. There's plenty of meat on a grass vole if you know how to nibble 'em. Well, the man has chutzpah, if nothing else, and I think literally nothing else, but maybe that's enough. You take pity on the man. Come with me. I'm going into Carre. The soldier considers your offer for a moment. You sure? I know the word for the wall, but they will not want to let me through the gate. Sounds like we can help each other. He clambers slowly to his feet. A gleam of hope has entered the poor man's eyes. Very well then, stranger. A trade. At least this hanger-on won't prevent me from using magic. The beggar walks a few strides ahead, the ghost of a military pace in his step. Yeah, we could chat. Where I aren't murder hobering. It's a choose your own adventure. I could just kill everything, or I could choose a different adventure. I think you're delusional. Love it, love it. What's your name, you ask? Captain Thomas of the 4th Legion, responsible for the southern perimeter. He knocks his bony heels together. At your service. And what are you doing out here, soldier? We were sent out to investigate sightings. A whole legion of us. Back when the council felt bold. But then they locked the gate and wouldn't let us back. They locked you out of the city? They locked the goblins out, he replies. If the goblins were gone, they'd let us in. But they aren't gone. They're in the rocks. They're in the rocks. This sounds suspiciously like they're in the walls. Oh, we've started leaning towards gorilla instead of ape. Why am I a gorilla? The king of the great apes. A creature of honor and good faith who accepts both danger and misfortune as traveling companions without hesitation. We're very small gorilla, as opposed to before when we were big ape. Alright, and what, pray tell, are the goblins doing? He shakes his head. I don't know. They can't get through the walls. But then, I think I've heard them digging. Scraping at the mud in the night. Maybe he is delusional. Whatever, he's on my side. The path winds through gorse and thick grass. Kare squats in a basin in the hills like a stagnant, festering pool. Boy, that's evocative. You turn one corner, then another. And then the stone walls of the city are looming over you. The end of the pass. Big Ape is watching. Alas, my spirit is far from now, whether Big Ape or Tiny Gorilla. The walls weren't built to keep anything out. They were here before the goblins, Thomas says. They were built to keep people in. Kare is one gigantic trap itself. This is one of those games you can watch while reading a good book, isn't it? It's probably not super action-packed, Lunar. I think that's accurate. But there is going to be a lot of talky bits. We're doing a lot of talking. I will be leaving. Will I? Oh, is Big Ape specifically one of the things in Star? That's funny. That's funny. Kare is one gigantic trap itself. And you want to go back? Of course I do, he shrugs. It's my home. You could scramble up the slope to the right to get a better view of the wall. Okay, I like getting better views of things. You scramble up the slope for a better view of the wall, leaving Thomas below. It is formed of staggering man-sized stone blocks, held together with gallons and gallons of mud and loam, dredged from the base of the river. It curves away in both directions, unbroken except for the gate. Then you see something that stops you in your tracks. There is a guard posted on the battlement above the gate, watching the clearing. Well, we have a soldier. Let's ask the soldier's advice. You call down to your companion. Words. What should we do? Don't worry, he replies, tapping his temple. I knows the watchword, don't I? He strides forward, confidently. You follow him into the clearing. The guard on the wall raises a hand to shield his eyes from the sun. Who goes there? He bellows. Friend or foe? You wait, and Thomas cries back. Friend! And the watchword is Cantapani! The guard pauses a moment, then lowers his bow. Approach! Thomas turns and smiles at you. See? He's useful! The beggar is useful. Always take the delusional beggar with you. It never goes wrong. The south gate stands before you. It is as tall as 2 men, and would be broad enough to ride 3 horses through if only it were open. But instead, it is locked, and there is no other way into the city. Luckily, of course, you have a key. Over to you, says Thomas, stepping back. Well, I have a key. This is a gate. I understand how this works. You quickly remove the Svin Chief's key from your pack and slip it into the lock. The timbers click as the key turns. Thomas hangs back. Good work. But do you think it's safe to go through? Since you ask, probably not. Let's wait, you say. Thomas nods. A few heartbeats pass, but you hear nothing from inside the yard. Then he shakes his head. I'm going for it. Thank you, stranger. And with that, he dashes away inside. You hear nothing for a moment. Then the sound of shouting voices and feet rushing away. Are they chasing him? Let's give him a little bit of a lead. You wait a moment, heart pounding in your chest. Has he been caught? You hear nothing through the door. Alright, it's probably safe now. Oh, apparently not. You slip through the gate and it slams shut behind you. Key is still in the lock. Whoever the next ruffian to visit Kare may be, he will be grateful for your little gift. Then a moment later, 2 guards appear around the corner of the yard! Oh no. Strong, expert hands grab your wrists. You are dragged, pulled, and forced into a low stone building just by the gate. Is it time to fight guards? You clipped my sound advice? Good, good. This needs to be shared with people. They should know just how sound my advice is. We're in prison again? This keeps happening. Always with the prisons. The door of the stone building is slammed and the lock turns over behind you. You look around. The walls are stone and the windows are barred. A bench against one wall is the only piece of furniture where an old man sits. He's dressed in dirty robes and seems in a sorry state. Like, I've got to hold my nose kind of sorry state, or, about to bleed out kind of sorry state. I mean, it's not going to be hard to get out, right? I can easily cast D-Open. So, let's chat with the guy before. Let's take advantage of the situation we're in, right? An Elder Scrolls protagonist. Nice. I mean, maybe. You step towards the shadowy bench. Greetings, old man. He ignores you. He's concentrating hard on something on the ground just in front of him. A collection of small stones, scattered as though for a fortune-telling. After a moment, he gathers them up and tosses them again. You notice that his other hand is missing completely. The left sleeve of his tunic hangs limp by his side. Ceiling Ape watches you elaborate. I mean, it's Gorilla right now. So tell me more about these stones. You step over to peer at his stones, but he snatches them up quickly into his palm. If you want to play, he says defensively, then you have to bet. Play what? Why, the man replies with a shark-like grin, swindle stones, of course. That does not sound like a game I want to play, but tell me more. Swindle stones? You ask, intrigued. Stranger in town? Don't know how to play? Better and better. He shows you one of his stones. It is a strange 4-value die. Sit, he pats the bench beside him with his one hand. Play! We can talk while I beat you. You'll have to teach me the rules. Oh, it's liar's dice. Cool. My lucky day! He grins with his one remaining tooth. It's easy. We each roll our dice in secret, but we bet on what we've rolled in total. You call if you think the other player has bid too high. The loser gives away a die. I'll play liar's dice, sure, I like this game. You go over to the bench intrigued. Yeah! I could afford to spend a few gold on playing liar's dice. Liar's dice is fun. The old man drops 4 dice into your palm and sweeps away a patch of dust on the bench for you to play. I'll go first, he says, waving his hand. Show you how it's done. What is this? The rules of swindle stones. Okay. Each player has a set of 4-sided dice which they roll and hide. Players then bid on the amount of times a face value has been rolled across their own dice and their opponent's dice combined. Bids get higher and higher each turn. 2 1s, 2 2s, 3 1s, etc. When one player believes their opponent's bid is too high, they can call to challenge the bid. The dice are revealed, and whoever loses the challenge loses a die. Losing your last die forfeits the game. Okay. Sure, let's roll some dice. So it's... Wait a minute. These are not 4-sided dice. Are these 4-sided dice? I guess they only have 1s, 2s, 3s, and 4s? Hello? I don't understand how this works. Okay. So he's betting 2 threes. They are 8-sided. They might be 8-sided with 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4 on them. Why is it not letting me choose a different thing? Oh, I can scroll. I have to scroll. I can't. It's not arrows. I have to drag it left and right. Okay. Five ones. What's to stop me bidding really high? It's interesting that it highlights the text changes here. What happens if your bid is too high? But I don't know what you've got. Interesting. He bid 2 threes. So if I'm trying to guess this purely mathematically, right? Without regard to what I think my opponent's tells are. On average, he will have one of each number. So based on what I have, I can assume he has one of whatever I have. So if I assume that he's thinking the same way, he probably has 1 3 and is betting that I have 1 3. Which means that 3 threes is too high. I don't think there's going to be 3 threes. I think I can rely on him having 1 3 based on his bet. I don't think I can rely on him having 2 threes, which is what he'd have to have. But I can bet that there's 3 twos, because I can, on average, he'll have at least 1 2. So I can bid 3 twos here semi-safely. He'll know that I have twos. I don't think there are 3 threes. That's the thing, right? Didn't you hear my last bid? That's a clue, at least. Unless I was trying to mislead you, of course. Right, right. I think I'll call on 3 threes, because I don't think there are 3 threes. And I was right. What? Oh, these are all threes. Ah, okay, so he wins around. All right, that's fair. There are 4 threes. Fascinating. So he could have called me on the twos, and he would have won there also. Unfortunate for me. Oh, interesting. So my dialogue changes based on what I'm betting. So if I'm trying to play the game, I might get different, like... That's fascinating. That's fascinating. I'm going to start small and actually get some dialogue out of this. All right. I have some incentive to play the game poorly, or at least differently. So what's your name? Doomed? Well, now, a name's a powerful thing. He thinks there's 1 3. I don't think there's a 4. You do know your name, don't you? That's why I asked. Huh. Confident, aren't you? Wow, this is so fascinating that, like, my strategy leads into different things. Like, I'm the conversation is different based on how I'm betting, which is very interesting. Yeah, all right, whatever, push it. You seem pretty paranoid. Doomed? Don't ask strangers for names. Help, yes. Names, no. All right, what you got? Only 4 threes. Oh, because I bet 5. Yep. I'm doing poorly. I am doing very bad at liar's dice. He thinks there's 2 twos. I think there are 3 twos. He thinks there's 5 twos? There are not 5 twos. There are 5 twos. What the ever-loving hell? What are these guys' dice? Insane! Don't you want to get out of here instead of just playing dice? Have you seen the room prices in Carré? I suppose you haven't. If he thinks there are 3 threes, then I am in trouble. I'm probably going to reset this because I don't want to lose the game. But just the fact that the dialogues are different based on what we're doing. There might be 3 threes. I know I don't have any 3s, but the guy has the entire advantage, right? I can bet 4 threes. I know I don't have a 3. He's probably going to call. If he's betting 3 threes, he probably has it, which means I'm screwed. Makes you wonder if the right dialogue is also the right plays. Maybe. Think you're in the pay of the guards, set here to get information. The old man wins the game. Unfortunate. That's the game, the old man says with a beaming smile. And you lost. The old man pockets his dice once more and stretches back, cheerful at his victory. I thought you were a bit slow. Maybe I'm supposed to lose, maybe. Thanks for the game, you say, standing once more. I see I have a little still to learn. A pleasure was mine, the old man says, putting his dice back into his pocket. He leans back against the stonework and hums quietly to himself. Well, okay. Do we not have anything else to talk about? You take a seat on the other bench from the old man. On the other bench from across from the old man, who is fussing with his empty sleeve. Do something else? I guess I could cast a spell. I cannot cast a spell, it turns out. Oh, that was it. Alright, well, I guess we're waiting around. You settle down to wait. Hours pass, but the guards do not return. Night falls, and you stretch out on the floor to rest. No doubt when the guards come in the morning, you'll be able to persuade them of your innocence. You've already eaten today, so you're quite comfortable. Soon you're feeling sleepy. Across the room, the old man is already dozing. Or pretending to doze, wrapped in his rags. Can you afford to sleep? What if he attacks you overnight? Or what if the guards come? I kind of don't like this. I think I'm going to reset this. This is not where I want to be. Oh, well, I guess I'd have to go even further back. Which, I mean, I could do, right? Maybe talking to him is a better idea, instead of not talking to him. You turn to face the old man. Hey, Sainiku, thank you so much for the 36 months of support. Welcome back to the adventuring party. Nice to have you around. Save you from the election watching anxiety. That's what I'm here for. That's what I'm here for. I am a distraction. If nothing else, I feel like I can be a distraction. It's simple enough, he replies. In a day or two, the guards will let you out, once they've decided you're not an enemy. They just take a while to consult one of the mages. And if I don't want to wait? The old man shrugs. Then you cast a spell and get that door open. You are a sorcerer, aren't you? I hope I haven't got locked up with a normal. You stand from the bench once more. Well, he's not wrong. We can just leave. So I guess let's just leave. Try the copper key in the lock? Oh yeah, I had the key to the cages. I forgot I had the key to the cages. That's right. Then you have a sudden rush of relief. Of course! Didn't the blind man outside Cristatanti give you a key to escape the cells of Carré? You pull it out of your pack, grateful not to have dropped it in your travels. You put it in the lock. It fits! And we're out. You turn the key, but it sticks. If you push much harder, you risk snapping the key. Force it. You give it one more hefty twist. The old copper bends and breaks off in the lock. Oh. It was the wrong cell. No, I want to keep it. I want to keep it. We're rewinding that. That's stupid. That's stupid. Okay. I don't have any lockpicks, so I guess we'll just cast open. I'm presuming I have the ability to cast open. Looks like I do. Opens locks and doors. Here we go. You aim the spell of opening towards the door and slowly, quietly, let it go. The lock's rusted tumblers click over in response. Very good, the old man chuckles. So what's outside here? You check outside. The yard is empty. Yeah, it's de-open. That's the spell. The spell is de-open. As opposed to regular open. I don't know why D. Door open. Maybe. Yeah, that's believable. The yard is empty. While you have been locked up, the sun has sunk below the wall. You should be able to walk right out of here under cover of darkness. The old man is less cautious. He is up and out of the door like lightning. Wouldn't that be close? Well, we're out of here. The old man is spry, despite his age, and is quickly far ahead of you. You seem to be forever rescuing old men. First from the tree outside Cantapani, and now from prison. It's like lowercase d open? I guess for regular doors, if it was a magical door, it'd have to be M open. But I suspect mop is a different spell entirely. Alright, where are we going here? At the end of the yard, the road splits. Looking left, you see the guard lined up in rows, running drills. Best not to head that way. To the right, the road leads towards the first buildings of Kare. You can just see the old man disappearing off in this direction. Well then, I guess that's where I'm going. I like that this game just has Liar's Dice built into it. I kind of want to go back and play more Liar's Dice. That was cool. Night is falling. Luckily, by the roadside is a small inn, which will make a perfect place to stay before you lose yourself in the winding streets of Kare. Alternatively, you could walk into the fields to the right and sleep out under the stars. From somewhere nearby, you hear a low, baying howl. Sleeping out under the stars has never gone well for me. There's more? Okay. Let's try the inn. How expensive is the inn? A sign outside the inn proclaims it the Crooked Finger. That's not a good sign. Not sure I like that. You go inside and find an empty bar. The bartender is snoozing at the counter. Clearly, trade is bad. Not the best of inns. Alright, whatever. The bartender wakes with a snortle as you approach. What in the balls is a snortle? I mean, I have guesses, but it's a hell of a word. Greetings, traveler, he yawns. You'll be looking for directions to somewhere else, I suppose. I wish to take a room. What? 7 gold pieces. No, I don't think so. No trouble, the innkeeper says. 7 gold pieces. Excuse me? Do you play swindle stones, you ask hopefully? The innkeeper narrows his eyes. If you think you can cheat me out of my gold, you've got the wrong idea. Not a cheat, you assure him. A fair game. Do I actually want to do this? I don't think I'm going to be good at this, is the thing. He sweeps a space on the bar top. He rubs his hands. What's the stake? Could bet the room. And then I'd have to pay him 14 gold pieces if I lose. Does he just want to play for fun? Maybe he just wants to play for fun. Maybe he'll take a shine to me if we have a good game of Liar's Dice. Save scum your way to a free room. That's certainly an option. Would be 7? Yes, I'm aware. I can do that math, in fact. But if I bet 7 and I still want to sleep, then it's 14. No? Wrong? How do I feel about save scumming here? Pretty good, actually. The cost of the room, you suggest. 7 gold pieces. You place a stack of coins on the bar. The innkeeper grins and rubs his hands together. Sounds like my kind of game. The innkeeper counts out 5 dice each and waves at you to bid. Okay, so at 5 dice each... Place seems very empty. I think you could tell me the best way to reach the North Gate. Heard a baying sound in the fields as I came here. He has, on average, 1.25 of each thing. I think it's actually reasonable to assume that he has 2 of a thing. I think that's a neat guess to have. I'm going to bid 4 ones, because I think that's funny. Baying sound? Could be anything. Glad I'm inside all the same. I don't think there are 5 ones, actually. I do not think he rolled 3 ones. He did not roll 3 ones. I got him! In Kare for a while, are you? He bet 2 2s. Given the number of 2s I have, I think there's more than that. Not too long, I hope. Then be sure to visit the festival. 4 2s. He thinks there's 4 2s. There might be 4 2s. I'm going to bet 4 3s, though. What festival? He bid up on 3s? What a guy. The Festival of Thieves. It celebrates Kare's long and venerable history. It's a lot of fun as well. You've gone too high. Ah. I was right. I was exactly right. Damn. Damn! How good, how lucky. Let me see. Tell me more about this festival. Well, it's held every year on the common land by the river. Quite the spectacle. Lots to see and do. He thinks there are 3 3s. He thinks there are 3 3s. I bid 2 2s. For him to think there are 3 3s, he must have 0 2s. Can he earn any money at the festival? I wish I could fight. The prize for the best fighter is large enough. There are indeed 4 2s. We're significantly better at Liar's Dice than the Innkeeper. But that dude in the dude in the cell, what a champion. So you're new to our fair city, is ya? How can you tell? You think there's 2 3s? I think there's 3 3s. I think there's 4 3s, actually. But I'll say 3 3s. Because I wanna... This is the answer I want to give him. The inn serves the guard and those coming through the gate. And you're no guardsman. What did I say? 3 3s? Does he have any 3s? Does he have no 3s? Yes, he has a 3. Perfect. The round is mine. He has literally 1 die. And he has to make the bet here. I'm just going to bid 3 4s. I'm going to bid 2 4s, is what I'm going to bid. Because I want to win here. He thinks there's 3 4s? Okay, if he thinks there's 3 4s, then I think there's 4 4s. North Gate, you going all the way there? I saw a junction up ahead. Where do the streets go? Buildings or fields, but neither are as much fun as the fair. He's really invested in getting me to the fair. Oh, he had a 3. Okay, he wins the round. What a guy. Okay, fair point, fair point. He thinks there's a 3. Then I think there are 2 3s. If you do reach the north gate, how will you open it? Locks are no trouble for me. Look, the north gate isn't just locked. It's spell-locked, with a 4-line spell that only the first noble knows. Guaranteed there are not 3 3s, my friend. Literally impossible for there to be 3 3s. I win, don't I? Talking to people will provide clues to help your quest. You can review your clues on the inventory screen. You collect your gold from the counter once more, and the innkeeper reluctantly counts out another 7 into your palm. A rematch! Inventory? Items? Do I have clues now? I do have clues now. Clues. The North Gate spell. A spell made of 4 lines. Interesting. And the first noble knows all. Huh. Fascinating. Do we play again? We could play again. But I won the room, which is really all I wanted. Innkeeper actually has some useful information, so that's cool. A rematch! No, I played enough. I've played enough, you tell him, happy with your winning streak. Very well, the innkeeper smiles. Room costs 7 gold pieces then, as I said. Yeah. All right. I won your money, but you can have it back in exchange for the room. You hand over 7 gold pieces. The man shows you upstairs to a room. It seems clean enough. There are no rats on the bed, and the linen seems to have been washed at least once this month. If you play too much, you might own an inn in a shithole city. That's true. We could just bet the building. After your long day of walking, the thought of a real bet is welcome relief. You settle down, turning over in your mind what the innkeeper told you of the 4 spell lines required to open the north gate. It could be a problem. Or perhaps your own magic will be enough. My alerts aren't working. Oh, yeah! I don't have alerts on this scene. No, I do have alerts. They're just behind everything else. Ah, I see the problem. Hang on. Let me try this. Hey, there it is. Thank you. Thank you for the heads up. Appreciate it. Now the alerts are working, as they are intended to. But thank you for the bits. You settle quickly onto the straw mattress. The sounds of the city drift to you on the night air. Shouts and screams, and the occasional distinct howl. You doze fitfully, turning over in your mind what the innkeeper told you of the 4 spell lines required to open the north gate. Your dreams, when they come, are of the wall, like a towering monster drenched in moss and slime. The gate its wide open maw. Yikes. On its back is a host of guards, chanting a mantra too quietly for you to hear. As you watch it, it reaches down with fingers made from flagpoles and skewers the old beggar man, lifting him flailing into the air. Meanwhile, the one-armed prisoner throws the knuckles of his missing hand onto the bench over and over, calling endlessly to himself. And it is as though you can see the crown, sitting in the dust on the far side of the north gate, so close and yet out of reach. Oh boy. The next morning, you feel better for your night's rest. Going downstairs, you find the bartender miserably counting coins on the bar. Need anything? He asks hopefully. Provisions? The innkeeper shakes his head. I don't have any food. Try the Flayer's Hut. Flayer's Hut? Flayer's Hut. Do I want to buy food from a flayer? Suspicious. Middle road, up to the fields. He does a good stew. You thank him and take your leave of the inn. Okay, head to the road. Outside, the air tastes fresh. It's rained a little overnight. A little distance from here, a busy crossroad marks the start of the city. What do you say, up the middle road? Following the track for a few minutes, you reach a junction where 3 roads begin. These are the outskirts of Kare. Huts huddle like beggars on either side of the tracks leading uphill into the city port. It must be clear to everyone around that you are a stranger in these parts. The city's inhabitants, a multitude of malevolent creatures who would kill for the laces of your boots, turn to watch you as they pass. You are sport, a figure to be jostled and robbed, one who will most likely fall prey to the strange, elaborate system of traps laid across Kare by the early settlers to protect themselves from one another. Alright, let's see what paths there are. There are more people here than you've seen in a long time. You cast an eye across the faces to see if any are Flanker, the assassin you met outside Torrepani, your only friend in this city. To the left, you see a group of scruffy youngsters walking up the road with packs on their backs. Ahead is the main road into the center of Kare, its surface rutted from cartwheels. Further in the distance, you see fields. This is the route taken by supply wagons to the docks. To the right, the track heads towards fields. A hut stands proud a little further on. The business of this place is confusing, but you will have to simply strike out. Somewhere in this city must be the information you need to find the spell lines for the North Gate that the innkeeper told you about. Just at that moment, a cart rolls down... Oh, crap. Knocked out my my headphones again. I keep doing this. I really need to figure out a better system that does not involve headphones that are easily knocked out. Hello? It did not work. Sound, please. Hello? If I click this button, am I going to get sound? Nope. Disaster. Okay, can I save? Am I auto-saved? How goes the 3-letter magic casting? It goes. I think that's about as much as I can say about it. Maybe... Alright, let me try quitting the game and coming back in. Maybe that'll fix it. Please? Is the game incapable of quitting? I pressed quit and now the game is not responding. It's crashing! No, I quit. Why would you crash when I quit? That's stupid. Stop doing this, game. Don't be like this. Okay, close the program. Let's hope it's not a disaster. Steam, do the thing. Technically quit? Kind of. Something resembling quit. Alright, and now it has sound. That's good. Okay, cool. Back where we were. Excellent. Just at that moment, a cart rolls down the road from the right and careens around the corner to take the main track ahead. On its back are stacked several crates. One teeters for a moment, then falls near your feet, its lid cracking open. Should have cast SAV. You're right. My bad. My bad. I'm a hero! I do good things! I am going to be a good citizen! Like, literally nobody else in this town. This is the best possible way to stand out as a newcomer. Wave for the driver to stop. You wave for the driver to stop, but they don't see you. The cart rattles away up the head. You notice a purple liquid leaking from the side of the crate. Really? What's in the crate? Kneeling down in the mud, you prise open the crate with 4 fingers. Inside is a pile of smashed bottles. Thick purple liquid swills about, littered with shards of glass. What sorcery is this? Good, good. Thank you, Mark Magus. Oh, you're right, Glittermancer. I pronounced it wrong. I put the emphasis on the wrong syllable. There are perhaps 4 bottles still intact, but you recognize the smell. It is Blimberry, a potion with many healing properties. Why would I take less than everything? You take all of the bottles, wipe them down as best as you can on the grass nearby, and put them into your pack. A lucky find indeed. Blimberry juice will heal you, and will also do for a meal. It's almost like rations. Alright, we still want to find the, I think we go straight here. Because that's where the guy said the thing was, right? Can I review? Can I just see what it said? I don't have a text log, right? I don't actually want to, like, replay it. I just want to see what was said. I think he said straight ahead. I think that's where the thing was. You stay on the main road, which rises up a slight slope to reach a small settlement of poor huts. As you pass these homes, ugly creatures gather to watch you in silence. A little further on, you come across a body lying face down in the gutter. A beggar, asleep. Or some sort of creature in a drunken stupor. The D8 with spots is pretty cool looking. It is pretty cool looking. I mean, I don't think I have yet passed up the opportunity to interact with the thing as opposed to just skip it, so let's keep that trend. But this is not the kind of town where you really want to stop and check on things. But I'm doing anyway. You approach the limp body cautiously. Nobody in the street seems to be taking any notice. You bend down closer and shake the shoulder of the body. There is no response. You grip the body's arm and turn it over. As its face swings round, you jump back, aghast. The body is a semi-decayed corpse with a rotting head that is half skull, half putrid flesh. And worse, an evil smile is spreading across its face. A moment later, it has sprung to its feet, leaping at you. What is VLR? The game I have is Zero Escape, the Nonary games, which I'm pretty sure is just the port of 999. Virtue's Last Reward is not a thing I have. It's both? Oh. Well, then I'm going to play Nonary games first. I'm going to play 999 first. I didn't realize it had both of them in it. That's cool. I might do just 999 and then decide after that whether or not I want to go on to VLR. Like, 999 is going to be long, right? It's supposedly like a 30 or 40 hour game anyway, so we're going to have plenty to do. Do I cast a spell? Do I have a spell that's good at preventing undead things from attacking me? I have a spreadsheet for exactly this purpose. I don't have to go into the magic book. Let's bring up my spreadsheet with information about spells. I don't know which sheet is the one that has information about spells. I should have named it. Oh, curses. Mistakes. This one. Is this it? This is it. I'm going to name the sheet now so I don't have this problem again later on. Sorcery! Do I have anything that looks like it'll help against undead things? You're not sure 999 is that long on the Steam version? I didn't know it had replay mechanics. I know nothing about the game. I just know that it exists. I don't think there's anything that specifically protects me from undead. I don't think there's anything that specifically... Like, I could zap it, I guess. I wonder what spells it'll let me cast. What is available? We got S's, R's, P's, and W's. Oh no. I don't like this list. Okay. S's, R's, P's, and W's. So I could razor my sword, maybe. A, E, I, O. Oh, we have a lot of vowels. I cannot razz my sword. X, K, S, and L. X, K, S, and L. Oh, cool. So I could turn him to stone if I had stone dust. Oh, I can cast 6! That's cute. I like the idea of casting 6. I don't know if it's good, but I want to do it. Because we haven't done it yet. You cast the spell, creating 5 identical copies of yourself, then you charge into battle as one. At your first sword stroke, the attacking creature explodes into a mess of body parts. Heads, legs, arms, all separately coming forward to tear you apart. Eh? What the creepy heck is this? But with each of your clones tackling a different part, the fight is quickly settled. Oh, that's nice. The body parts on the ground squirm and slowly ooze back together. The corpse now looks once again as though it had been run over in a chariot race. But it is definitely lying still. For now, at least. Well, I better get some reward out of this. Expecting another immediate attack, you go over to search the body, but it is clothed in rags and has barely any pockets, let alone anything inside them. Your arm's off! Oh, it's not! It's merely a flesh wound! Search the corpse's mouth. Look in the corpse's throat. Look under the corpse's belt? What are any of these things? Sure, belt. You unstrap the corpse's rotten belt to see if that has anything secured underneath it. Nothing. From a nearby doorway, a face appears and beckons you over. Excuse me? Well, okay. You stride over to the hut. The face is that of a small gnome, who begins to chatter in a high-pitched voice. You killed it! Did you kill it? I think you killed it! It was dead before, you tell the gnome. It may not be dead now. Oh, no, you've definitely killed it, the gnome replies, shaking his head. It'll be a good few months until it wakes up again. We'll cart it somewhere else. Here, we wanted to thank you. He reaches behind him for something. Okay. You wait, and the gnome... I could have just drawn my sword. That's a little untrusting. On the other hand, this is not a city that engenders trust, is it? The gnome produces a small bag containing 5 gold pieces. I'm really not interested in this stuttering. I'm sure it's not much to a man like you, he apologizes, but it's from all of us. Peering through the window of the tiny hut, you make out 20 or so faces. Thank you, you reply, and nod your head. As much as I'm curious about the creature, the spell lines are definitely the most important part. Knob. This might very well be a spell line. Now, maybe you can help me. Do you know any of the spells for the North Gate? You ask. The gnome bursts into laughter, laughing so hard, in fact, that he begins to cry. Do I look like a knob? He asks. Do I? This is... Am I making short jokes? Am I really making short jokes here? You look like your ear is near the ground. This is probably not a spell line, because the O is not capitalized. The gnome nods at that. True, true. But to know the lines, you have to go lower than that. Not all the nobles are even alive anymore. He scratches his nose meaningfully, though what he means is anyone's guess. Anyway, you could ask the priest at the shrine. He might be able to help. What was that creature? Oh. Ha 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 ha! Not all the nobles are alive anymore, he says. They say it used to be the second noble of Kare, the gnome whispers. But he angered the first, so he was cursed to live in Kare forever. Now he's like a bad gold piece, keeps showing up. He gets dumped in different parts of the city. I think we'll take him to the Sven Quarter next. It's their turn. Yeah, the skeuomorphic effect on the parchment or whatever is pretty neat. There's a chuckle of agreement from inside the house. The gnome is starting to look awkward. All right, tell me more about the priest. What priest? The priest! The gnome shrieks, alarmed by your sharp response. He waggles a nervous nose up the road somewhere. Near the docks. The gnome's nose twitches. I'm going now, he says quickly. Here's one more gift. There is more kerfluffle, and then he brings out 3 pebbles. You're a sorcerer, he whispers, and these are good for taking pot shots. So I hear. And he winks. You thank him, and place the gift carefully into your pack. Then you continue away up the street. I found a new clue! Is it, what is it? Is it, hang on. It's pop. Pop is the spell. What is my new clue? A priest may know. A priest in Lower Carle might be able to help you find the spell lines to the gates. Cool. Lower Carre, near the docks. The Festival of Thieves is over here. I think we're dodging that. Although it's probably exciting. Ah, the docks. This is Lower Carre? I guess the other side of the river is Upper Carre? Willing to believe that. You continue along the road. On one side, the buildings are replaced by meager patches of field, roughly fenced and housing small, skinny cattle. It is quiet, with no one about. This part of the city port is barely habited, so you are unlikely to find clues to the North Gate spell here. There will be more people to talk to near the docks. You passed by a large structure with its doors open wide. The smell of incense floats out from within. A shrine of some kind? Oh, I heard there are priests in shrines! You stop and peer inside, but make out nothing but darkness. It seems to be a wide, unlit space. The low sound of chanting floats out onto the street, a woman's voice. Stitched together by choices? Yep. Well, okay, I'm definitely one to investigate things, even if it goes poorly for me. You step into the gloomy shade of the building. The aroma of perfume and oil grows so thick that you begin to cough and choke, announcing your presence to whoever's inside. The singing voice falls silent. We are, yeah. The gorilla has grown large, because presumably I can pray now. Who's there? You call out to the darkness. There is no reply, just a quiet sound, like a light footstep or the turning page of a book. Then there is a voice. Greetings, man of Analand. I see you are an honorable soul. You are welcome. No. That's probably because of the gorilla. Greetings, you answer. The voice laughs, a gentle, pealing sound, like a chime. I see you are searching for something. I'm after the Northgate spell, you reply. Is that so? That is forbidden knowledge. The voice laughs again. There is that noise again, like a palm slapping down. Oh, they're reading tarot. I see difficulty upon difficulty. Well, I suppose that's probably accurate. Can you help? Another slap. It is the sound of a card being turned from a deck. Tell me, she says. Speak a word, and I will tell you what I see. Well, gate is the primary concern, but crown is the even bigger concern. Maybe I don't need gate if I say crown. I see a long road. I see a cloud of smoke. I see the rain that brings the morning. I see a closed door. I see a whispered secret. I see a trap of fire. Fire? Fire's not good. I see an eye of burning red. I see a whispered secret. I see a small creature. A pet. A pet? Suddenly, from the far end of the room, pet could be a spell word. I'm going to write some stuff down. We've seen pet and knob as a part of conversations of spell words. I don't think either of them are spell words. They're definitely not, like, highlighted in a way to make them indicate that they're spell words, but they are three-letter words. And they are separated out from the rest of the things. Suddenly, from the far end of the room, a single candle flame ignites. A shade has been lifted from a lamp, revealing a woman in a deep hood, seated at a star-shaped table. She is staring at the cards laid out in front of her. Cards? Tell me about cards. Through the gloom, you can make out very little of them. You seek the crown of kings, the woman gasps suddenly. You intend to conquer the old world. I seek to save it. Nothing will save it. The damage is done. It would be better if the crown dropped into the sea. Remember this. And who are you? Who are you? You ask, stepping forward. The woman looks up with deep eyes. A long scar runs across her face, from mouth to left ear. She's the Joker? I see things, she says. Things that not all wish to hear. Then you should learn silence. No. I wish to hear. She nods. You are wise. She turns another card, a movement that is almost involuntary. Then she looks up at you. Remember this. The crown is not in Kare, but there are many who claim it is, and only one who is deceived. Only one truly believes. Oh, well, thanks. You thank her for her mysterious warning, but her attention is lost once more, taken by the cracks in the flagstone floor on which she sits. The streets will burn, she murmurs. The wolves must be turned around. The wolves. Dangerous. You leave her to her dark vision. You step back out onto the path to continue your journey. Walk on. The main road continues up a small rise between small fields. Since no one can leave the walls of Kare, the citizens do their farming inside the walls as best they can. From the field to your right, you hear a groan. To your left, a narrow path winds away. Look for the noise, look at the path, enough looking around, we've got a destination to go to. No, let's investigate everything. Somebody's got to know things about spells. Half a dozen fat pigs are grubbing in the muck to the right. Just beyond them, a group of creatures huddle around a fire pit, from which there drifts a mouth-watering smell. Is this my mysterious stew maker? Kare seems to be filled with creatures you can't place, half one thing and half another. But from the way the strange creatures at the fire pit sit and talk, it seems they do not see their own differences. One sees you, however, beckoning with an large clawed hand. I see you, typos. Don't think I don't see you. You clamber over the fence and stride towards the creatures. Within a few paces, the smell of cooking meat reaches your nostrils, and you see a large pig turning on a spit above the fire. The creature who waved to you has watched you approach. He grins hooked teeth and cocks his head at you in greeting. Perhaps using magic might give you an advantage. If only I could be God. But no, we'll just greet the creatures. Greetings, you call. That smells good. It is, the creature agrees. We picked the best one to bite into. He waves at you to sit down. Then you understand generosity. They're poachers. Cast a spell! What kind of spells can I cast? Can I cast Sus? I can, in fact, cast Sus. You cast the spell, and a calm voice enters your mind. It tells you that the creatures nearby are friendly enough, though they will retaliate if crossed, and that the meat is fine and good. Once you are reassured, the voice departs. Well, in that case... You take a place in the circle around the fire. The creatures shuffle and shift to make room for you. Pig first or North Gate first? Pig first. I think pig first. May I share your pig, you ask? The poachers laugh. Not our pig. And there's plenty there. Help yourself. Take some pig. You reach over the fire and pull off a leg of the pig and devour it. The meat is succulent and rich, and the best meal you've had in a long time. You thank the poachers, who shrug indifferently. I'm headed for the North Gate, you tell them. Can you help me find my way? The lead poacher looks at you with interest. You're going out into the backlands? Why go there? Isn't that, like, a lot? Yeah, it was the best meal I had in ages. I'm on a quest, you reply, trusting that these ruffians are lowly enough not to be in the Archmage's pay. The lead poacher nods, accepting your answer. The North Gate is a hard thing to open, he says. I have never heard of anyone doing it. The spell lines. He nods seriously. Who could I ask about the lines, you ask? Lorag the Scholar, one says. You should track him down. The others nod in agreement. He's a miserable cur, he adds, but he knows everything there is to know. Was a noble once himself, you know. From across the field, a woman begins to sing. The poachers smile and clap each other on the back. Circe is coming. You talk to her. Ho. Who is Cirisi?
Cirisi is our treasure, the man says. Cirisi is how we know what we should do. You'll see.
By now, the woman has reached the group. She greets the men with a kiss on either cheek. You notice she is carrying something carefully in a cloth. The man beside you beckons her to sit down beside him.
This is our visitor.
Greetings, Cirisi says.
What can I help you with?
I need to open the north gate. She smiles.
Tricky. Very tricky.
As she speaks, she squats down onto her heels and places the cloth on the ground, unwrapping it slowly. She reveals an orb of crystal. Ah! I could use that to scry! What was the actual scry spell? Requires an orb? Where is the thing that needs an orb? Far. Yes, Farsight requires the orb. I could try to steal the orb. I'd have to fight them. But no, let's ask her for advice. I think that's good.
You are a fortune teller. Cirisi sees all, one of the poachers calls out. For instance, which fields will be left untended, says another, with a hearty laugh.
The spell should be orb. All of the spells have a vowel in the middle, so those are the only options. There cannot be orb, unfortunately. How do I feel about fortunes? I mean, I'm definitely greedy for information, but I'm also really curious why this is an option. This is, like, extremely cautious. There could be rob, that's true. Rob could be a spell. You look around the group for the one who seems most uncertain and unsure of himself. You. Why don't you hear your fortune? He looks uncomfortable, but Cirisi grins, and the others insist.
Go on, let's hear it. Maybe you'll be getting married this decade.
He sits opposite her on the mud. She places her palms on the crystal and begins to hum. I don't know what you're talking about, Mark Magus, but there is actually a sun spell. It requires a reagent I don't have, though. It doesn't look like any fortune-telling spell you have ever read about. A minute passes, and then Cirisi's eyes flick open.
I see a long journey, she says to the man, to a distant land. I see danger and excitement.
You keep your eyes fixed on her closed eyelids as she talks, trying to catch the reflection of any stars.
I see more. You must watch for a dagger and a fish. I see a road paved with white stone, leading to a place of great sadness. A blind man who will stab you in the back.
This is fascinating. I want to remember this, just in case. She lifts her palm from the glass and smiles. Someone gets her some pork to eat. Maybe I could offer to read her fortune. I like that. Oh, no, I haven't played Sunless anything. Did play the heck out of Cultsum, though. Let me try reading your fortune, you declare into the quiet that follows her reading. You tell everyone else's. You must be curious about your own. Cirisi stops eating to stare at you. There is a murmur of excitement from the group. This is a most unusual challenge.
You? She demands. And what do you know of fortune-telling?
I am a sorcerer. There we go. Okay. She raises a thin, dark eyebrow in cool surprise.
Are you?
You hold out a hand for the crystal orb. Not taking her eyes off you, she puts it into your hand. Then she sits defiantly down in front of you.
Well then, tell me what you see for poor old Cirisi,
she declares, her eyes flashing with the challenge. You take a moment to collect your thoughts. The orb is pleasingly heavy in your hand. Cast a spell! Can I cast Farsight? I can probably cast Far. Yep. Can I cast Hum? Because that's what she was doing. She was just humming. No, okay. Well, then let's just cast Far, because it is a thing I can cast. See the future? Really? Actually see the future? I thought it was like clairvoyancy, not... Hang on. Tell me more about Far. A little way into the future. Yeah, okay. Okay. Huh, cool. You cast the spell, placing your hands on the crystal orb. Your mind clears and a vision forms, but it is not of Circe and her future, but of your own. Someday, Zed, exactly. You see yourself in a low stone shrine, somewhere here in the city of Kare. A man in a long white robe stands at your elbow. He is speaking. What is the answer to the question that has never been asked? You see your own mouth opening to reply. You concentrate as hard as you can, struggling to maintain the vision. Then, as it begins to slip, there is a touch on your hand. Another presence join yours. Circe, you breathe. In your vision, you see the man in the white robe bow his head, defeated at the word. Fascinating. The vision fades. Circe is watching you intently, wanting to hear her fortune. The crowd around lean eagerly in. I don't see her fortune. I see my own fortune. But I'm not going to lie to her. I want to tell her what I saw. I see your fortune, you begin. Uh-oh. We're making stuff up. I'm actually gonna rewind this, I think. Because I don't want to lie to her. I didn't realize this was lying. I thought I was just gonna tell her what I saw. I wonder what the question is that has never been asked. I mean, I could just BS her, right? Like, this is obviously BS, but it's probably what she would want to hear. Except for the fact that she'll be disappointed that I'm not an actual fortune teller. I'm going to rewind it, because I don't want to lie to her. I'm going to go through the exact same motions as before, though. We're going to go sus. Because I want to go through the same steps that I did. I'm not, like, skipping anything here. Greet the creatures. Sit with them. Ask for some pig. Take some pig. Northgate. I am on a quest! Who could I ask about the lines? Circe. I need to open the north gate. You are a fortune teller? Oh, here. Oh, no, I persuaded another. That was the trick here. Wait and watch. Keep watching. Offer to read her fortune. I am a sorcerer. Now we cast Far, not Orb. Orb is not a real spell. Far. I can cast Featherfall? What's the point? Okay, sure. Keep listening. Circe. I see nothing. You shake your head. I see nothing. I'm sorry. She looks crestfallen, but somehow not surprised. Of course not. A great and weighty decision seems to pass across her face. She looks to you for a moment to confirm it, then nods once more and turns to her friends. Please, be quiet, all of you, she says quietly. The stranger is right, and I must make a confession. You wait and watch. I have told great fortunes. Good ones, Circe continues sadly. That is why I should give away the orb. Excuse me? The poachers cannot believe their ears. One denies it. Another claims to have known all along. A third, who it seems lost a lot of money on a bet, becomes quite enraged and is held back by two more. Within a few moments, the whole group are rolling around in the mud, engaged in the most almighty punch-up. Well, I still want to keep their trust, right? So I'll try and break them up rather than just steal the orb. What? No! They broke the orb? What jerks! It is a messy fight. You wade in, trying to hold the poachers apart, and keep the men from throwing each other into the fire. But there is nothing you can do to keep them apart. A moment later, someone snatches the orb from your hands and cracks it over another man's head. You crawl out from under a pile of bodies and hurry back to the safety of the road. Rewind? I have found 2 new clues, and other clues have been updated. What are my clues? Lord Lorag is a scholar. In a vision, you saw the answer to the question that has never been asked. Sirisi. Yeah, alright. I guess I want to steal the orb. I definitely want to be able to cast Farsight. So, alright, one more rewind. Greet the creatures. Sit with them. Ask for pig. Take some pig. Ask about Northgate. I am on a quest. Who could I ask about the lines? Is it CDC? I want to open the Northgate. Is there a limit on rewinding? No. You can do whatever you want. Fortune teller. Somebody else. Wait and watch. Keep watching. Read her fortune. I am a sorcerer! And then we cast Farsight. Same steps. Same actions. F-A-R. I see nothing. Wait and watch. And this is where we slip away with the orb. In the commotion, it's easy for you to get away, until one of the men shouts, "It's all his fault! Run for it!" Aww, no matter what, it wasn't going to work. Too bad. You try to run, but a man the size of a horse dives for your legs, and a moment later you're down in the mud in the middle of the bruise-up of your life. You crawl out from under a pile of 15 men to find the precious orb has shattered to 1,000,000 fragments, and several of those fragments have cut you in the leg and side. You limp back to the road. It was never going to work. Disappointing. Do I rewind again just so as to not lose the stamina and go with my original thoughts? Oh, I'm back to ape again. Why am I back to ape again? Should have cast murder. Why am I back to ape? When did I become gorilla? When did gorilla switch to ape? Sit with them. Ask for pig. Take some pig. Northgate. Maybe it's because I tried to run away like a coward, maybe. So what's the difference? Gorilla, king of the great apes, who a creature of honor and good faith. I think that's it. I think it's trying to run away with the thing is takes me back to gorilla. Or takes me to ape. I'm on a quest. Who could I ask? Seriously. Northgate. Fortune teller. It is a long stretch of things. Persuade another. Wait and watch. Keep watching. Read her fortune. I am a sorcerer. We're still casting Farsight, though, because this is a really useful clue. I see nothing. Wait and watch. And this time we try and break them up. Doesn't cost me anything, and we stay gorilla instead of ape. Okay, cool. Cool. Do we check out the narrow path? Let's get sidetracked. Why not? You leave the road and follow the path as it winds through the fields, along the lower edge of a high fault in the rock. Look, don't. Look. As you pass, you see a few creatures working the land, pulling up the voluminous weeds that grow around their tiny fruit and vegetable plants. In some patches, tethered goats graze and have eaten everything green in sight. The whole place seems barren and poor, like it has not rained for a year or more. Talk to a farmer? Dangerous. Why am I going this way? This takes me away from where I want to go. I've probably made a mistake here. I should probably just go to the docks. Oh, well. Yeah, I'll talk to a farmer, whatever. I probably could have stolen it in a different way, but not in that particular way. You stride into the fields, approaching one of the farming figures. Its face is obscured by a wide, flat hat, but you can tell it is not human. It is strangely gangly, with long insect-like arms. I'm looking for... I might be looking for work. Greetings, farmer, you declare. The creature looks up but doesn't smile. Who are you? He demands. I'm busy. I'm looking for work. Can you cut hay? The farmer asks, carefully wiping the sweat from his brow with one strange, razor-edged arm. I'm sure I can learn. Okay. Money. It's money. I don't know if it's free, but it is money. The farmer waves to a corner of the field, which is still to be done. 6 gold pieces if you can clear that lot. He bends down and resumes his own harvesting. Sure. You draw your sword and set to work, gathering handfuls of the long grass with one hand and then slashing at its roots with your blade. The work is back-breaking, and after a few hours, you've built up quite a sweat. Once the field is finally cleared, the farmer comes over to you. Not as easy as it looks, he asks. It's hard work, you admit. It is that. Here. He pulls out a water bottle and some bread and hands them to you. You're starving after your work. Accept? Danger? Maybe not. Gratefully, you accept the water. A drink has never tasted so good, and you feel very much refreshed. Water does wonders, the farmer says vaguely, as though citing a well-known proverb. And here's your gold, he adds, putting 6 gold pieces into your palm. Enjoy the rest of the city. You thank him and resume your path. Follow the path back to the... I think I want to go back to the road. I don't think I want to go out that way. You cut across the fields until you are back on the main dirt track once more. And away we go, uphill. No rations, though. Sword isn't the best tool for the job. Oh, yeah, not at all. But, whatever. The road climbs between high fences and then into open fields. A little further on, you see another rock face as Kare climbs another level. But atop of this one is a line of grand houses with ornamental roofs and pillared colonnades. Once again, I am faced with the option of look at things, don't. I'm going to look at the buildings. This is where the richer creatures of Kare live, looking down across the fields they own. You can imagine them sipping iron wine on their balconies and watching the toil of the farm workers through a spyglass. But the more you look, the more you realize something is wrong. A tree grows from one roof. Another has slipped sideways into the yard of the neighboring house. These places are falling into ruin. You knew Kare was poor, but this is worse than you'd heard. I guess if I, New Game Plus or wanted to start over, then, Don't Look saves me a click or something. I don't know. The road carries on, rising very slightly through thin and meager fields. Scarecrows made from skeletons hang from posts on either side, their bones rattling in the breeze. There is no one about. With the hottest part of the day approaching, you reach a crossroads of sorts. To the right of the main road, a track lined with colored flags leads along the line to the cliff. Really? Flags? Festival? Festival of Thieves? A short distance from the road is a small hut built from mud bricks. Smoke rises from its chimney, and a thick, rich smell wafts from its door. If it is a shop, it can't get much trade stuck out here in the middle of the fields. Main road goes down this way. This leads to the Festival of Thieves, almost assuredly. But maybe we can go back up this way and get to the docks easier than going all the way around. I don't want to go all the way around. Also, I'm not hungry, right? We don't need to go in the small hut. Skip the small hut. Skip? Suspicious. Don't skip anything. Never skip. The door to the small hut is a little ajar. A pleasant smell drifts out, but you hear nothing from inside. You knock firmly on the door. A voice calls back, "Enter, friend, but be careful as you open the door." Shove the door open. No, come on. You slip through the doorway as carefully as you can. Looking up, you notice a jar of some kind of liquid balanced precariously atop the door. Why? Suspicious. Also, tentacle demon? Weird. The shop is a kitchen. There is a fire in the grate, the pot above it, which bubbles and smokes. On the walls hang herbs, vegetables, meats, and cooking equipment. But no matter how hard you look, you cannot seem to see the speaker. Is that not the speaker? This guy? Tentacle demon? Looking again, you suddenly notice the strange-looking creature standing beside the pot. He has a human torso, but his head is nothing but a green-colored jelly. What? Oh, weird. He is hard to spot because of the vegetables hanging on the wall behind him. But you can tell he is the chef as the long, sinuous tentacles coming from his head are scooping with ladles, stirring with spoons, waving salt shakers, and brandishing a cleaver. So, what do you want? Asks the creature. Look around more closely. Welcome to hentai. Oh, no, thank you. Pass. Take? Under one of the tables, you spy a small box, one end of a scroll and the handle of a mirror sticking out. Oh, I might want the mirror. Well, asks the creature, keeping one cautious eye on you, whilst another floats around the side of his head to watch his soup. Talk? Jeez. Greetings, creature. You begin. Look, the creature complains. Its tentacles go back to stirring, chopping, and mixing. I don't have all day. What do you want? Reagents? Or spell lines? Let's start with spell lines. I need to find a scholar, you tell him. The creature looks indifferent. I serve farmers, mostly, not scholars. If there's a scholar in Kare, he probably lives in the nicer part of town, across the river. I'd like to buy some food? Blech! That's a lot of gold pieces. I have a lot of gold pieces? I seem to be able to keep finding food, so I'm actually not too worried about building up my rations. All right, the creature replies, giving his cauldron a quick stir, but not taking his eyes off of you. It's 5 gold pieces, and it's bristle beast kidneys. Hope that's all right with you. Ah, that's too much. He shrugs in a waft of tentacles. I don't want to leave. Nope, we're rewinding. Because I want to buy the box. I don't want to leave. We'll still go through the same things, though. Knock. Slip. Look near the hearth. Look around more closely. Talk. I'd like that. We'll ask about the scholar again, because that's fine. I'd like that box of yours. Are you one of Theta's men? The creature asks. What the heck is a Theta? No? No. Do I know what a Theta is? Should I know who Theta is? No. The creature laughs. And you've got some nerve, Captain. Now get out of my shop before I skewer and roast you. Really? Captain? Why is leave not an option? Now, that's a really good question. Alright, I guess I'm casting a spell. I don't know what I'm casting. I don't know what my options are. We've got several different Ds. A W and a J. We could dim him, maybe. We've got O's, I's, and U's. D's, M's, K's, and G's. I could dim him. So I guess I have to, like, my only option now is to try and either fight him or, otherwise, steal the thing without causing other damage. W and J. What does J get me? Jig? Not today, sir. W? Shield and wall. Oh, I don't want to do either of those things. Alright, let's dim him and see if that works. Cause stupidity. Jig is in fact a spell, Mark Magus. It forces people to dance for my amusement. But it requires that I have a bamboo flute. Look, I don't have a choice here. I want the thing. I'd pay him for it. But that's not an option. Also, I don't like this dude nearly as much as I like Sorcery. Oh, he's a mind flayer. I get it. I get it. You cast the spell over the creature, who roars with anger, but then seems to become quite confused. It begins to wander aimlessly around the room, bumping into things. With the flare suitably distracted, you are free to search the kitchen. You open the box and look inside. Flare. Yeah, okay. So this is the Flare's hut, which we were told to visit if we wanted stew. We could have bought stew, but I'm here to steal his crap, apparently. Scroll of parchment in a language you don't understand. Leave the scroll behind? Why would I leave the scroll behind? There's no way I'm leaving the scroll. I could do things with it. I wonder if I have a translation spell. Oh, I need the green wig to translate things. All right. You tip the box up into your pack. The Flayer does not notice you at all, as he is too distracted by a lettuce. Do we also eat some food? I mean, as long as I'm stealing things, I might as well steal everything, right? Nah. I'll take his money, but not his food. If I'm taking things, let's just take things. You help yourself to some stew. It is thick and nourishing. The creature watches briefly, suggests adding salt, and then starts turning in circles on the spot. The stew is, in fact, good. Your hunger satisfied, you leave the hut. The creature calls a cheery goodbye from under one of the tables where he has decided, for the moment, to hide. Cool. What is my new clue? Other items? Scroll. Scroll is written in a language you cannot read. I see. Lord Theta, one of the nobles of Kare. Ah, so I do know who Theta is. In Skidoo! That's way more amusing than I expected it to be, Cryptomancer. Alright, on to the Festival of Thieves. You follow the wide path between the flags. After a few minutes, you notice something in the distance. A dark mass with bright colors shining through. It's not until you hear the sound when you realize what it is. A huge crowd of people gathered around a set of tents. It is a fair! I mean, I'm sure he knows the recipe by heart now. People and creatures sprawl across the path, and several tents have been erected, their poles joined together by more flags. You ease your way into the edge of the gathered crowd. It all looks good-spirited and fun, and with so many people here, perhaps you'll pick up useful information about the spell lines. You mill through the crowd, keeping your ears open for anything interesting, but most people in the center of the field are arguing over where to go next, or lamenting how many gold pieces they've spent. You might do better to have a closer look at something. Well, okay. If you insist. You look at the various events. There are a group of musicians playing a merry jig for a troupe of dancers. Maybe I can steal their bamboo flutes. Elsewhere, a dwarf has trained a dancing bear on a lead. Fantastic. What a guy. And on one side, watched by a hollering and cheering crowd, a ruffian is calling for challengers to take on his champion in bare-knuckle combat. It is quite a spirited affair! What is this line? What is this line? Why is this so, like... This is such a minstrel line. Like, what is going on here? Alright, let's, investigate. You walk to the north end of the fairground midway. The fair continues from here, and a road leads away uphill. The place is full of bluster and noise. Huge numbers of people crowd around the boxing ring, and more clap their hands and stamp as they watch a group of dancers. So what have we got down here? Middle of the midway, and the end of the fair. I'm actually not that excited about any of this. How much do I care about forcing people to dance? How do you do, fellow kids, right? Not sure I care too much about the musicians. Let's head to the shops. You push your way through the crowds to the very heart of the fair and look around at the attractions on offer. Beer, dancing bear, end of the midway? You walk to the south end of the fairground midway. Barrel Boy. Small tent. Barrel Boy? Small tent. You approach the small tent. By the door, a young elven woman is collecting the entrance fee. 1 gold piece, she declares, winking at you. What's inside? Marco the Amuser, she replies, still smiling and winking. Perhaps there is something wrong with her other eye. He's very funny. 1 gold piece? Okay. No offense intended, you reply politely, and step away into the fair. The fair spreads out all around you. Hawkers announce the various attractions at the top of their lungs. The general atmosphere is cheerful, with just a hint of violence. Barrel Boy? What is Barrel Boy? You approach a boy, standing by a barrel and looking sheepish. What are you selling, you ask? The boy points into his barrel, but doesn't answer. You peer into the barrel. It is full of small, hard apples. Most are blackened by disease, or else are shot through with maggot holes. Your apples are all rotten, you remark. The boy shakes his head, then picks one up from the barrel. He squeezes it hard in his fist, but nothing happens. Then he drops it sharply back into the bucket. Alright, how much is an apple? How much is an apple, you ask, despite the fact it is hard to imagine anyone paying for one. The boy holds up a single finger with one hand and all 5 fingers of the other. 1 gold piece for 5 apples? The boy nods. That's a lot of apples! Alright, you got it! You hand over a gold piece, and the boy supplies you with 5 apples. In your hands, you feel that they are indeed not rotten. In fact, they are rock solid, hardened by some disease into stones. Fruit vendor, your car is blocking my stuff! Well, at least it's not cabbages. The boy bows his head in thanks, and then gestures behind him. A girl, possibly his sister, pops up from behind another barrel and pulls a face at you. You stick your tongue out in reply. The girl giggles, then dodges down behind the barrel. The boy looks at you expectantly. The girl peeks up again. Unless those count as pebbles, because I get to throw apples at the kid. Sure. You lob one of your apples at the girl, but she dives to one side and it misses. The boy clamps his hands. Is that your sister? You ask, pointing in the girl's direction. The boy nods, then takes an apple from his barrel and throws it across the field. His sister dodges quickly out of the way. The girl sticks her arms out either side, then quickly ducks. This is probably fun. I think I'm having fun here. Throw another apple. You ready your second apple and wait for the girl to show herself. As soon as she pops up, you throw. But your aim is off, and you miss by a finger's breadth or so. The girl giggles, then ducks away out of sight. I bet I get her on the next one. You try another throw, but your aim is really terrible. Perhaps if you'd spent more time practicing your sword fighting and physical skills, and less learning book magic, your arm would be better. You hand back your remaining blackened apples to the boy. He grabs the apples and throws them at his sister, and you walk into the midway. Sure! This sounds like... this was probably fun. I don't know. Only cost me a gold. From across the field comes a murmur of excitement. Then quite suddenly a small tornado lifts a tent sharply up into the air and away. Yeah, I don't know, Icarus. I don't know. When in Rome, I guess. Okay, well, goodbye, tornado. Goodbye, tent. Oh, was that the amusing tent? Good thing I wasn't in there. Let's check out the dancing bear. You cross the fair to join a crowd gathered at a safe distance around a dancing bear. A dwarf stands in front of the bear, holding a lead that is fastened to a ring in the creature's nose. See my beauty dance, he growls, jerking the cord. The bear stumbles around in obvious pain. As he tugs at the cable, he plays a pipe with great gusto. The crowd are in stitches of laughter. at the poor bear's performance. Boy, this sucks. It seems a cruel and miserable little show, but you reserve your judgment for a moment, hanging back and watching. Suddenly, a cry goes up from somewhere in the audience. My gold! My gold! Pickpocket! Beware! There's a pickpocket! It's the Festival of Thieves! What did you expect? Pickpocket. Nice. You and the rest of the crowd spin round towards the voice and see a small creature darting off away from the crowd and into one of the tents. Not my job. With everyone looking in one direction, you turn to look in the other and see the dwarf release the cord holding the bear in place. But the creature does not go wild or attempt to run. In fact, both the dwarf and the bear seem to shrink down to the ground. Oh! He did take my gold. Oh, I didn't even notice. Alright, we're resetting and chasing. No, that's not what I wanted. I don't want to clap. This is not particular. Hang on, we're resetting again. Watch a while. Okay, now we chase him. Because I didn't realize I actually lost any gold. Alright, we're chasing him down. You elbow your way through the crowd, hoping to grab the pickpocket, but there are too many people in the way. By the time you've pushed to the edge of the crowd, the little figure has vanished. Someone shouts, "What's happening to the dwarf?" I'm going after the pickpocket. Think you would have gotten the dwarf to confess to something since he seems to be part of the stealing? Maybe. Glimpse of a shadowy figure disappearing behind a tent. Something about the way it moves is familiar. Okay. You push through the crowd, following the dark figure into a narrow gap. Cautiously, you enter the narrow space. And suddenly, there is a hand at your throat. "I will kill you," breathes a voice you recognize. You laugh with delight. It's Flanker, the assassin whose life you spared before you reached Torrepani. "Greetings," you declare enthusiastically. Flanker nods. He does not smile, but he seems pleased to see you. "Aha, my friend and enemy. I see, like myself, you also enjoy the fun of the Festival of Thieves. And you look as hale as the moment you left me. Your journey has been uneventful so far, I trust. And how have you fared in Carré?" "The city is full of devils." Flanker laughs and nods. It is indeed. But at least you have not had to face the portal traps. They will take your smile and move it to your throat, as we assassins say. Portal traps? Flanker laughs. "Do not fear. You have not missed out. You have only survived this far because all the traps are on the other side of the river." He pauses to glance around him, as if he was waiting for something, but if so, he doesn't see it. "I have a few minutes," he says. "Tell me of your quest. How goes it?" "The journey is long, but I am unbowed." "Good," he nods. "I am glad you are still no coward. To be defeated is a shame, but to be defeated by a creature without a spine is a torture. I think I need to find Lorag. I need to find a man named Lorag." Flanker thinks for a moment. "I know him. He lives on the other side of the river, in the ghetto of the Red Eyes. He is the kind of fool that would live amongst such demons, but exactly where, I do not know. I've been told to find a priest. The only priest I know of is in the Shrine of Slang near the docks. Find the well and head directly uphill. You'll find it. But you must be prepared, for Slang does not trade fairly." "Oh, that's good. Tell me about these portal traps. It sounds like something worth knowing." "The portal traps were laid by the early rulers of Carré," Flanker replies. "Only the first noble has the power to position them and to disguise them, for portal traps can disguise themselves in plain sight." "What kind of disguise?" "Anything, any material, any size. But there is one feature that cannot change. They are always the same shape." With one finger, Flanker draws a perfect circle in the air. "That is all I have to share with you," you reply. "Very well," he replies. He nods finally. "But I must be away. Perhaps I will see you again later. I will be drinking at the Wayfarer's Rest tonight in the docks. Join me, if you will." You nod to Flanker and return to the main throng of the fair. You found 3 new clues, and another clue has been updated. Well, rest in peace, my money. The scholar lives in the red quarter of the city in a large house close to Fireview Square. Cool. The priest at the Shrine of Slaying might be able to help you find the spell lines to the gates. The shrine is located between the well and the docks in Lower Carre. Okay. Portal traps are hard to spot as they can be disguised as anything. However, they are always perfectly circular in shape. My practice playing the Witness is about to pay off. Finding perfect circles is my jam. Alright, let's head out of here. I'm not super happy with what's going on here. But we got some information. You walk back up to the north end of the fairground midway. The fair continues from here, and a road leads away uphill. Maybe we should check out the musicians? Check out the fighting? I don't want to fight, though. And I feel like I'm going to get suckered into a fight. Let's check out the musicians real quick before we leave. You head over to where a crowd are watching a troupe of dancers who spin and swirl in time to a lively tune. There's something quite hypnotic about the performance, really. Should I be suspicious? You cast the spell, and a calm voice enters your mind, telling you there is no danger here. The pitch builds and the music speeds up. The crowd clap and stomp their feet, and you find yourself clapping along as well, quite enjoying the show. The dancers are now twirling into the audience, pulling onlookers into the dance. One is getting quite close to you. Well, in for a penny, in for a pound. Keep track of my purse. Yes. You grab the outstretched hand of the dancer, who whips you away into the center of the crowd. The music grows in tempo, and soon you are swirling, sky wheeling overhead, thrown from one partner to the next. Onlooking creatures cheer and whoop and clap their claws together, and for a brief moment, you feel like you are the toast of all Carre. Then you realize that, as you pass from one dancer to the next, your gold purse could be snatched at any moment, so you grab hold of it to keep safe. But in doing so, you stop watching what you're doing. When the next dancer hurls you across the circle, you trip, landing in a messy heap. Spectating creatures laugh and jeer. Eventually, the music fades and the dance finishes. One of the dancers comes over to sit beside you. I hope you're not too bruised, friend. Some people find the thieves' dance too fast for them. The thieves' dance, you ask. The musician shrugs. It's just a name. He looks you over with a canny eye. Well, he says, I don't think you're going to cause any trouble for us, are you? Enjoy the rest of the festival and try to stay upright this time. That was very little value. We're going to try this again. What happens if I don't watch my purse? What if I'm good at dancing? Join in, and then keep dancing! Couldn't we just murder everyone? I mean, I guess. I don't know. I guess. You keep up as best as you can, trying not to trip over your own feet in the mad rush. It is exhilarating! Eventually, the music fades and the dance finishes. You fall to the floor, dizzy, but also quite refreshed. The crowd cheer in great spirits, throwing money to the musicians. Eventually, they drift away. One of the dancers comes over to sit beside you. Nice work, he says. Not often we get a talented amateur for the thieves' dance. The crowd will think you were a stooge. I enjoyed it. Glad to hear it, the man says, nodding. He looks you over. Pack? Sword? Battle scars? You're not from Carre, are you? Not just here to enjoy the fair. Yeah, maybe you can help me. Maybe I can. The dancer drops down to the dirt and puts out a hand. My name is Jira, and it's good to meet you. Well, okay. You shake his hand. So, he says, you helped us get enough coins to pay for our night. How can I help you? Information. I need to open the north gate. I was told by an innkeeper that there was a spell. The man nods. Now there's a devil of a job, if you don't mind me saying. I've not heard of anyone doing it. Only Sansus knows the full spell. He told one line each to 4 of his nobles. Then he started killing them too. He's quite mad, so they say. Do you know any of the lines? Me? No. Jira laughs. And if I could find out, I wouldn't. Not worth putting a price on my neck. but if you must learn them, I'd try the other side of town. There's at least one big house there that belongs to a noble. He's a scholar by the name of Laura.
And who is Sansus?
Jira laughs. First noble of Kare, he replies, and I wouldn't forget the name either if I were you.
He gets to his feet.
We're staying at the Meat and Cleaver by the docks. I wouldn't recommend anywhere else. If you value your freedom, I'll see you there.
He winks and heads off into the crowd. Clues have been updated. Nice. I'm not interested in the fighting. I think we'll head up to hang out with a priest. You push your way through the crowd, following the road uphill. The party is getting wilder. You would do well to be away from here before things get out of hand. At the far edge of the fair, the litter has left a tide mark on the grass. There is one last small tent here, probably a ticket booth, that has simply been ignored by the crowds of Kare. Well, make a move? No, let's look at the tent. Ooh, more fortune tellers. Okay. Looking more closely, you spot a sign above its door. Cabinet of Fortune. Try your luck. A prize for all. Look ahead. Ahead, the road continues through empty fields and patches of rubble-strewn wasteland, but it climbs, so it must be heading for the center of Kare. Steam rises from a large building beside a fork in the road. Alright, that's enough information. You have time to test your luck, no doubt, if you wanted. Okay. Let's do that thing. You go over to the tent and push back the flap. Inside, a grubby, bearded man leaps up from where he was sitting cross-legged on the floor and comes over to pump your hand. Is this a UFO catcher? Honest Hannah? Ooh, that's suspicious.
Welcome, welcome, my friend, he exclaims, somewhat over-enthusiastically. And let's see what prize you can win today. You must know this. There are no losers at Honest Hannah's Cabinet of Fortune.
He gestures with one hand towards a large glass cabinet in the center of the tent. You step forward and peer in through the glass. Inside, there are piles of jewelry, books, gold, and other things, as well as a small, wiry creature curled up fast asleep. Alright, well, how's it work? What do I do, you ask?
It is a most simple game, Honest Hannah replies with glee. You give me 2 gold pieces, and then my little pet will fetch something for you.
Can I cast Law? Can I cast Law and force, like, a particular outcome? I can't cast Law. M, T, R, and S? Mag and Mud both are not useful. Razors, Turn to Stone, Resurrection. Speak non-human languages would be good. If only I had the wig, I'd be able to cast Rap. That sucks. I still don't have a wig, though. Sus, Six, Sap, and Sun. I guess I could sus here, can't I? I can. I could totally sus. It's not dangerous, but I'll probably lose my gold. And then for T, I have... Oh, can we read minds? We can read minds! I'm finally going to use this spell. You put on the skull cap and quickly cast your spell. Hannah watches you with curiosity, but is not alarmed. And as you read his thoughts, you can see why. He is as honest as his name suggests, and he is not trying to trick you. The Cabinet of Fortune has some false prizes and some true ones, but it is not rigged. With the skull cap on, you catch one other strange thought in the room. You reach out for the new thoughts. The thoughts are resentful, strong and clear. A prisoner to my idiot boy, it says. I told Sansus that any wizard would be able to protect himself. When I get out of here, I'm really going to kill that miserable Lorag. Noble or not, the boy too. These thoughts, evil, cold, and miserable, go round and round, but with no more clue as to where they're coming from. You remove the skull cap and the sensation fades.
A prayer for luck, Hannah remarks, unaware of your actions. A good idea. Now will you play?
Sure. You pay 2 gold pieces, and Hannah goes over to the cabinet and presses a small button on the side. It seems to operate a cantilevered spike, which pokes the creature, who squeals, jumps from its perch, and begins fluttering around inside the case. The creature keeps flapping around inside. Eventually, the creature selects something from the prize pool, which it drops into a chute at the far side of the cabinet. It's basically a UFO catcher. Neat.
please. Really? You open the flap and remove a small leather pouch. You open it, and it seems to be empty. But a moment later, you find you are scratching your neck, behind your ears, up your arms.
Fleas, Hannah remarks. I'll have the pouch back, though, if you don't mind.
He snatches it from you, while staying well back. You scratch your armpit in reply and nod to Hannah, who laughs a little too loudly. Then you head back out of the tent. Yeah, this is pretty poor. I do not like this outcome. I still want to go through the motions. Look inside. What do I do? Cast. We're going to cast telepathy again. Excuse me? T. Excuse me? How is this not... I guess I'm hitting the S in the background. T. I have no gold, you lie. Hannah looks disappointed, and his smile slips.
Oh, you don't?
He sighs.
I suppose you spent it all on the dancing girls, like everybody else. Next year, I'm going to get here early and pitch my tent right in the middle of the fair. I'm tired of being left on the outside.
Yeah, good idea.
Do you think so?
Honest Hannah looks at you with big, fairly stupid eyes.
I'll be honest with you. This isn't even my stall. It was my father's, along with that, thing.
He points at the creature in the glass case.
I don't know what it is, but I know it's hungry.
And he shivers. Give it to me. I could look after it for you. Hannah seems to consider that for the moment, then shakes his head.
No, thank you, but no, I couldn't. It's all I've got left of my father. He wasn't a bad man, you know. Just angered that terrible wizard Lorag, and then suddenly he wasn't there anymore. There was just that horrible creature, hiding in his room and wearing his clothes.
It's his dad? He's got his dad in a cage? Huh. So, prisoner to my idiot boy. Uh-huh. Yup, okay. So that's his dad's thoughts coming from the creature. Wow. Look at the creature. Looking closer at the creature, you begin to see the family resemblance. You know, I think that is your father. I think that is your father, you tell him softly. Hannah stares at you, then bursts into laughter.
My father? That thing? Oh, that's good. That's very good. No, my father was a huge man, and thick with a big beard. Nothing like that skinny wretch. No, my father was killed. But thanks for taking an interest.
He waves and gestures for the door. I don't think I want to play the game. You smile. Good luck. He shrugs, and you leave the hut. Well, fascinating. I guess we know a few things about what could happen if we anger Lorag. You leave the fair behind you and climb through fields towards the outskirts of the buildings until you reach a fork in the road. The slum districts of Lower Kare are unlikely places to find nobles, but you might be able to learn their names or where they are hiding. In the elbow of the fork is a grand, well-kept building. Steam pumps from its roof. A creature emerges looking refreshed and flushed. It's a bathhouse. Fascinating. I don't think I want to go to the bathhouse. I think we're heading towards the docks because we want to talk to the priest. The father drew back. Oh, maybe. That's an interesting idea. I guess there's a lot of territory to explore here, but really I just want to get over into here and start talking to people. We have some information about places to go, right? Lord Sansus is the first noble of Kare, and only he knows the full spell to open the north gate of the city port. 4 of the nobles of Kare were each given 1 line of the spell to the north gate. You will need to find these nobles if you can and learn their secrets. I see. Very dangerous. It's too bad we weren't able to get any information from the dead thing that we killed. I guess it's a long ways ago. Man, I should have investigated the different things instead of like if I'd cut open his throat, would I have learned a thing from it? That would have been really interesting. The bathhouse might be a place where we can gather information. I don't know that I want to go to the bathhouse, but we might be able to gather information. Yeah, right, Glittermancer? You step in the cool of the bathhouse. It is a wide building of marbled tiles and a sweet smell of pine and fresh wood. Gentle noises echo and murmur around the walls. A creature by the front desk greets you with a smile.
Good afternoon, sir, it purrs. The water is cool and fresh today. A swim costs 4 gold pieces.
Is it worth it, you ask?
Oh, very, the creature replies with a beaming smile. The waters of Kare are known for their healing and refreshing qualities. We have a steam room and a lagoon pool. You'll be well catered for.
I'll pass. You shake your head to the creature behind the desk. I don't think it's for me. The creature returns to picking the dirt from its fingernails. You step outside onto the street. Alright, we're continuing to go uphill, because we want to go talk to the priest. The road twists and turns up the rise until you emerge onto a wider road on the edge of the dense slum. From inside, down a street to the left, you can hear the very faint sound of singing. I do like singing. Singing has turned out well for me in the past. A smell of rotting fish begins to fill the air. You must be close to the docks. Down a street to the left, I hear singing. All right, let's check out singing. It's right by the well, huh? Winding between tall, crazily built slum dwellings. Wait a minute. We have directions based off of the well, right? Priest in Lower Kare, which is the Shrine of Slang. Between the well and the docks in Lower Kare. Okay, cool. So we have a direction to go. We want to go back up this way. Winding between tall, crazily built slum dwellings, the road you are on now leads through the dense lower city. The street is narrow, and you keep your head held high in case someone should try their luck with a blade. After a few minutes of edging forwards, you emerge into a wider space, a flagstone plaza. At the center of it is a circular well mouth. Circular, eh? Maybe I don't look at the well. Alleyways lead off in 4 directions. No, it's probably safe. We're still on the correct side of the thing. Once, presumably, this well served all the people in the district, but perhaps there were too many people, because now the well seems dusty and dry. Leaning over the edge, you peer down into the depths of the well. Strange, this well seems to have handholds cut into its stones. They appear good enough to climb down. Well, I have played enough adventure games to know that climbing into a well is always eventful. I was going to say good, but not necessarily always good, but always eventful. I like eventful. Hey, Netoin, how's it going? While you aren't likely to find the city nobles down there, it's certainly a curiosity worth exploring. You swing yourself over the edge of the well, teetering for an unnerving moment above the long, long drop. Then you find the first of the holes with your feet and begin to make your way down into the dark. Did I really just say I said things? You heard me. Into the well. Whoa. The climb is slow and cautious. You cannot see the holds below you, so you have to feel your way down. After about 10 minutes, your arms are tiring. Suddenly, you realize the position you're in. If your strength gives out, you'll fall. But you may not have the energy to climb back up either. It is impossible to see how much further there is to go. We are not a lot of the way down. 10 is a lot of minutes. It keeps coming back to dropping a gold piece. Maybe I should drop a gold piece. Maybe dropping a gold piece brings the, Can't I Featherfall? Oh, I can Featherfall. Well, I don't know if the stars are right for Featherfall. I might be able to Featherfall. You drop a gold piece. It falls for only a second before hitting something. Another second later, you hear a splash. You must be near the bottom now? Cool. Climb down. Reassured, you continue to climb down. A ledge. After perhaps a minute more, your foot finds a ledge. Below that is nothing but space. You've reached the roof of whatever chamber is below. A metal bar sticks from the wall here, presumably used to tie a rope to continue the rest of the way down. Alright, let's see if I can Featherfall. I can, in fact, Featherfall. You cast the spell and feel yourself become as light as a feather. Then you release hold of the wall and gently float down. In the sewers. Whoa. How am I going to get back up? Huh. You are floating an inch or so above thick water in one of the city sewers. The smell is indescribable. You are at a dead end of sorts. The water disappears into a grating in one direction, while the tunnel disappears into the darkness in the other. Can I get my money back? You kneel and feel in the foul water in its thick filth for your coins. But the water is fast flowing, and they are nowhere to your touch. You stand again, wiping your mucky hands on your tunic with disgust. Alright, well, let's walk around, I guess. You step out from the dim light of the well shaft and into the black tunnel beyond. Fascinating. The tunnel is filled with the worst stench you can imagine. Things splash and scurry through the darkness. You pass a heap of black cloth. A huddled creature? Tell me more. You creep over to the huddled rags, the shape of a man leant over, clutching his knees, but it does not seem to be moving. It collapses at the slightest touch, and you breathe a sigh of relief. Just a piled-up cloak, discarded by some previous unfortunate who traveled this way. You sift through the heavy cloak. This was a fine cloak once, before it was left to rot down here. Stitched on the back is a number 1, in a circle. What? Waterlogged, the cloak is too heavy to carry away, but it proves that others have come this way before. Fascinating. I really don't know what to make of that. The sewer turns a corner here, with other tunnels blocked by filth-strewn wreckage. Absolutely search the wreckage! You steel yourself and dig through the foul filth in the wreckage, trying not to vomit from the stench. You come across a small glass bottle. What is the heal spell again? Dock. Okay. Alright, well, I'll check it. You uncork it and take a sniff. Blimberry! You stash it in your pack. Yahtzee. So now we're at 5 Blimberry potions. 5 doses of Blimberry juice. And I can just drink them. They count as rations. And apparently heal. But also I can cast a spell with them. Alright. You walk onwards through the dark sewer when suddenly the tunnel opens into a low chamber. Okay. You stand ankle deep in filth in a square chamber. Icy droplets fall from the ceiling. The smell is terrible. But this is not just any sewer. In the corner of the room is a pile of rags. Someone or something lives down here. Let's take a look around before we do anything else. You look around the walls of the chamber. Aside from the pile of rags, there's nothing else here. No stash of food or weapons, and no sign of the inhabitant. Then you notice on the far wall some scratches in the stone. A mark of time, perhaps. A sudden rush of water floods the chamber, soaking you up to the waist. A moment later, it's washed away once more. But there might be more coming. Uh-oh. I'm still looking at the marks. You make your way carefully around the cesspool in the middle of the room, to the far side where the marks are faintly visible in the gloom. They are not just notches, but letters, and perhaps once they were full words, but have been worn away by the flowing water, or else filled in with slime and dirt. It looks as though it might once have been a poem. Hydrate. Not with this water. Rat bear. Ooh, wild. You peer at the markings on the wall. You can make out the following through the muck. Korga's Grace. 1 lock. Deep inside. I bid you. What can I cast a spell for the rat bear? Can we cast Law? Maybe. I really want to control non-intelligent creatures. This hasn't worked in the past, and I want it to work. You cast the spell and take command of the rat bear's will. Sorry, rat bear. You force its neck to bend until its head is submerged under the level of the water, and then you hold it there. The creature struggles and strains, desperate for breath. But the power for your spell is strong, and despite its howls and screams, it cannot lift its back. You cannot watch. Releasing the creature, it roars back up to its full height, then turns and races away down the tunnel as fast as it can. I feel good about that, actually. I scared it without needing to fight it. But it still cost me 3 stamina. Fighting it probably would have been better off. What's the clue? Let's find out. The poem. A partial poem. Alright, let's check out the rags. You dig into the rags and clothing. They must have formed someone's bedding, as they could never have been clothing. Strips and odd squares of cloth of all different kinds. They've probably been scavenged from what people threw down the drains into the sewers. Digging into some old pockets, you find a few gold pieces. Suddenly, you find yourself itching and scratching. The rags are covered in fleas, and now they're biting you as well. There's nothing more to be done here. If you ever wish to see daylight again, you must move on. I tortured it? I mean... kind of. Yeah, kind of. I don't like to think about it that way. Is this where we source the fleas for the game? Maybe. You walk onwards through the sewer. Shadowy shapes loom out of the darkness, then disappear as you move close. You walk for what seems like an hour, maybe more. The tunnel tilts lower and lower. Perhaps you're going underneath the river? The sound of fast rushing water fills the tunnel. Well, as long as I can cast spells, I'm going to cast spells. They do like using fleas. How dangerous is it? Sense danger? Am I in danger? Wait, can I hover? What are my H spells? I guess I could just howl, right? Hang on, is howl an option? Howl is not an option. Well, no, wait, howl is totally an option. I'm gonna suss first and see if I'm in actual danger. No, let's just cast howl. If I'm not in danger, then I won't need to worry about it. You cast the spell, and a calm voice enters your mind, telling you there is only one exit to this sewer, and that it is a long way onwards. The voice tells you that the way will be straight and safe, and with that, it recedes. Oh, okay. Every time you check on this now I see sus. I like sus. It's a cool spell. You keep walking. The sound of rushing water is growing louder. Suddenly, you realize the sound is not coming from close by the tunnel or through the walls. The sound is coming towards you. Somewhere, a wall of water is approaching. An old dam must have given way, and the river water is now flooding the tunnel. This is not straight and safe. Alright, we'll shelter in an alcove. You dive into an alcove in the side of the tunnel as the great wave pounds into the tunnel, but it fills the sewer completely. You are quickly pulled from your hiding place as though by 1,000 hands and submerged. The water wrenches you from the floor and throws you into a swirling spiral. You can see nothing but the murk and the filth. At least, you think wryly, you are getting a wash. Rat's revenge. Maybe. The impact is so sudden that you have no time to prepare. You have only a few moments of air left. Your lungs are bursting for air. Swim down to it. Let's swim up. Up seems good. The current is whipping you this way and that like a fetal bug in a thunderstorm. It is all you can do to work out which way is up and which way is down. You fight and struggle to get your body under control, losing valuable seconds of air. Up! You swim up towards the roof of the sewer, hoping to find an air pocket to refresh your breath, but you are out of luck. Your head hits the arched stone ceiling, which is fully submerged. Even the ducts running up are filled with water. There is no air to be had down here. Up! Lungs bursting, you reach a duct in the ceiling. Once inside, it wrenches you upwards with a powerful force. The stonework either side is a blur, and you crash, scrape, and bang into the sides painfully. Oh no, my stamina's! Then suddenly, you are spat up into a wider, colder water, lit from above by silvery light. You're outside! Whack. I guess I should have been more sus. You come up gasping for air, about a quarter of the way across the river that flows through the middle of Kare. Night has fallen while you are underground, and all around you is pitch darkness. You struggle and flail for a moment to get your head above water, then turn about to swim for the far bank. They're not shy about killing me, Neto, and I have made those kinds of mistakes before. Of course, all your water-damageable possessions have been ruined. Thankfully, however, the pages of your spellbook are protected, and your fleas are washed away. So, what has been damaged? Apparently nothing that I have has been damaged. Lucky. Dive under, swim forward. Whatever you say, Neto N. What happens if you die? You can rewind. It'll tell you how you died, and you can either start over, or you can just rewind the event. Yeah, good thing my clues are safe. I agree. Sure, let's dive under the water. Maybe there'll be cool stuff. Seems unlikely. You take a deep breath, choking slightly from the noxious odor of the filth-strewn Jabaji, then dive under. Thick, foul, mucus-ridden water streams up into your nostrils, and you make slow progress. You break the surface once more, gasping for breath, to find yourself close to the far bank. Nice. I'll take it. We never did talk to the priest. I kind of feel like maybe I should go back and talk to the priest. Going into the well was maybe a mistake. Yeah, I kind of want to go back and talk to the priest. I think we will rewind and not make this decision. Don't cheat? It's an explicit mechanic in the game. What are you talking about, don't cheat? I didn't get to stay at the end. Yeah, right? Alright, let's look at the alleys. You pause to look around the edge of the square. The alleyways all look the same, except that to the left, the lane heads downward, turning away from the center of Kare. Alright, choosing a road. You could sit here all day, staring into the well like a daydreaming child, but you will do better to keep moving. We're going up ahead. We're going this way, because this is the way where the priest is. The street is a little wider and more well-paved than some of the others. You can see tracks where carts have come this way. You hear the sound of voices around a corner. Okay. You walk around the corner, intrigued by the sound. There is a small crowd of people talking and singing inside a low stone shrine. Beyond, you can see the sparkle of the river and the smell of rotting fish. You are nearly at the docks. Shrine. This feels very important. You step into the doorway of the shrine at the same time as a woman and her child are leaving.
He really is a holy man, Mother, the little one is saying. Lassen's lame brother answered his question and he ran off the stage.
The mother nods and the pair leave. Interesting. Step inside. The shrine is an old stone building, garishly decorated with hanging cloths and thick candles that fill the air with the smell of grease and tar. At the far end, on a low platform, stands a hooded figure in a white robe who is talking to the assembled crowd. The image looks remarkably familiar, as though you had seen almost this exact same scene before, but you cannot place it. This is from Farsight. Does anyone else wish to take the test of slang? The god of malice, calls the priest out. A murmur goes around the crowd. People are nervous, but excited. You nudge someone next to you. What is this challenge, you ask?
It's the test of slang, the woman replies in a whisper. He grants you a wish if you answer him correctly, but you have to worship him, or else the question he asks is impossible.
She shudders and grins.
They don't call him the god of malice for nothing.
Are your hearts so cold? Taunts the priest. Does no one here want anything? Is no one in dire or deadly need of a god's aid?
Well, I could take the challenge. I know the answer. You raise your hand and step forward. I'll take the challenge. A stranger, calls the priest with glee. Welcome him, please. The platform. The crowd whisper and murmur as you make your way to the platform. Welcome, stranger, the priest declares, helping you up. Are you ready to take the challenge, knowing full well that very few succeed? I am. The crowd cheer your response. Then know this! Slang is not a punishing god, but he is malicious. He does not wish for you to fail, but should you fail, he wishes you to know that it was all your own fault. Okay, keep going. The priest continues. He already knows everyone around him, meaning he already knows none of them knows the answer. Maybe. He's just some priest, I don't know. Our practice is that you may choose which question to answer. But know this, one is impossible, and the other is easy. And to answer the easy question, you must give up something you hold most dear. The crowd are watching in expectant silence. It is time for you to choose. I think I'm going to choose the impossible question, because I think I know what the answer is. I choose the impossible question. The crowd wait expectantly. Then the priest closes his eyes and intones, What is the answer to the question that has never been asked? Your heart leaps. Your vision is coming to pass. Well, the answer in the vision was Sorcery. Witcher references? I think it's the other way around, but okay. Sorcery. There is a moment's pause as the priest screws up his eyes. The priest nods once, slowly. That is correct, he murmurs. The question has never been answered in the 3,000 years since this site was first made holy to slang. The answer has been passed on from one priest to the next. I never thought I would be the one to hear it spoken because I do not understand it. And I do not know the question. He turns to you and bows his head once. You are truly blessed. Please, what is your wish? Oh man, how altruistic can I be? I mean, I want the spell for the North Gate, but can Kare be saved is definitely a question that feels like it's worth asking. Nah, the spell. Tell me the spell for the North Gate. The priest closes his eyes and summons his god. I cannot tell you the spell in its entirety, he intones. But Mulas, the second noble, was a follower of slang, and the line he knew was, I bid you portals open wide. Excuse me? Hang on. Where is... Oh, I didn't go into the well, so I didn't get the poem! Did I take a picture of the poem? I did get a picture of the poem. I bid you... ... is one of the lines of the poem. Fascinating. So we know that this is the fourth line of the spell. I bid you portals open wide. And then using the poem that we could barely read, we have the top line includes the phrase Korga's Grace. The second line starts with one lock. The third line ends with deep inside. And the fourth line we now know it's in its entirety. So it's likely that the first two lines rhyme as the second two lines rhyme. Very cool. There's a lot of information. You thank him. The crowd reach out to touch your tunic as you make your way to the door. Clearly, not many survive the challenge of slang. Back on the street, it is night. Time to find somewhere to rest. Dirty limerick. Other items. No. Keys. Mulas's line. Okay. And one new clue. Lord Mulas is the second noble of Kare. Lord Theta is one of the nobles. Sansa's knows. Who was the dead scholar? Or the dead, the undead thing, right? Why didn't it keep my note in game? Because I didn't do the thing. So obviously I don't have that note. Well, not a lot of options now. So now we have choices of inns, huh? Those are meta notes? So be it. You emerge from a narrow, winding alley into an open space. On the far side, the Jabaji River slides past, its surface strewn with flotsam and jetsam, dredged up from fallen parts of the city. The sails of the boats at anchor billow and snap in the breeze. You have reached the docks, the beating heart of Kare. There are 2 or 3 ships moored for the night, and the space between them and the road is filled with a huge number of stalls and little shops, selling everything from fishing tackle to sailing blocks to barrels of woodlouse rum. This must be a thriving marketplace during the day. With night approaching, it is a maze of booths and cloth. A single bridge crosses the river here, operated with ropes to let the tall ships through. Right now, the bridge is up, to allow ships to sail through undisturbed. I see. There are 2 inns visible from here, the Wayfarer's Rest and the Meat and Cleaver. The second is the one Jira the musician recommended. Wasn't the Wayfarer's Rest the one the assassin recommended? My town have issues during the evenings with rush hours? I mean, I guess so. You're talking about, like, traffic? Yeah, rush hour is usually pretty busy. Do we want to hang out with the musicians or do we want to hang out with Flanker? I think we want to hang out with Flanker. You make your way inside the Wayfarer's Rest. It's a lively and bustling place. My god, look at this image. The innkeeper behind the bar is trying to serve numerous creatures, all demanding ale at the same time, while around the tables, salty types and buxom wenches are laughing together and singing shanties. Oh, good. I'm glad they're having a good time. Fascinating. A table? Is Flanker here? You take a suite between a swarthy sailor with an eye patch and a swarthy woman who also wears an eye patch. Wow, everybody's got eye patches. You greet the sailor and the woman. "Yoy nice salty dog," the man remarks. "What you say, Eka?" The woman, Eka, laughs a deep throaty laugh. "Not salty, but stray," she brays. Well, okay. Let's tell a story. "I'm from Analand," you tell them. "You're liking to sign on's that it?" the sailor asks. "Maybe." No. No, I'm just here to chat. "Nah," you reply. "I'm just passing through." The text is almost as incomprehensible as my accent. Thank you. "Ha," he nods, then drinks a gulp of beer and rubs his stomach as though it pains him. "I got that too." "Listen," the sailor murmurs. "Do you play Soinder Signs?" "I'll play you. Yeah, whatever. I like games." "How am I able to read it?" "You just read it. It's phonetic." "Splendid!" He clears a space on the table, moving several beer glasses out of the way. I have no idea what his accent is supposed to be on. "I'll show you how's it done. 5 gold pieces on the game." 2. The sailor hands you your dice and takes first bid. Ooh, he is a swarthy type. Roll some dice. I got 3 threes. Yeah, let's start small and see what the boy says. I need directions to the north gate. Can you help? While. And what makes you think it nay? And what makes you think I'd know? 3 threes? I think there's like 5 threes. There are only 2 gates. Crikes! The North's goit nuttin'. Don't waste your time. That's almost a real accent. Only 4 threes. Wow, savage. What a champion. Harm. Hoy's a bit. Alright, he's not being particularly entertaining or particularly useful. We're just bidding here. 3 threes, huh? 2 threes. 2 threes, I think there's 3 ones. 3 fours. There might be 3 fours. If he thinks there's 3 fours, maybe there's 4 fours. Maybe there's 4 threes. He said 2 threes, then 3 ones. Now he thinks 3 fours. So we have to go 4 somethings. Maybe there's 4 fours. Crikes! He thinks there's 5 fours? I don't think there's 5 fours. I think that's a lie. There was 4, though. Oh my god. Dangerous. Well, we're down to 4 each. I think there's 1, 2. Can you tell me anything about the Northgate spell? Only the mice of the Nibbles is dead now. He thinks there's 3 twos. I think there's 4 twos. You know something. You're going to tell me. Humph! Well then, as I hear it, to find the line you needs, you'll have to kill the undead. Oh. Which I've done. So there was a line to learn there, and I could have learned it. If we go... Oh, they said they were going to dump him in the Sven Quarter. So we need to find out where the Sven Quarter is. 5 twos? There might be 5 twos. The undead? The undead? The undead? This is so amusing to me that this is like... 5 twos? Do I think he has 3 twos? I don't think he has 3 twos. Don't call that. He does have 3 twos! What a champion! Oh my god. Okay, well there was nothing I could have done with that. Yeah, there. I lose there. I just lose there no matter what. Why are you asking about lines anyways? What did he say he thinks there's 1 3? I think there's 2 twos. I'm on a quest from God. Aye, so? A quest for a wit! 3 ones? Maybe there's 3 twos. I'm on a long journey. That's all I'll say. Mom Pang, get on with ya! Show me your 2, buddy. There it is! 3 twos. We did it. Do you know where I can find nobles of the city? This is a good question to ask. I think there's 1, 4. I think there's 1, 3. While I'd now assign no nobles for a line 1A. What? I think this is I never seen no nobles for a line, but this, I have no idea what this says. Huh. Oh, for a long while now. Okay. He thinks there's a 4. I think there's 2 4s. Where have they gone? Humph. Lois I heard their nobles were moiting. Long moiting, so I are. Meeting. Meeting. I don't think there's 4 of anything on this board. Rumors and supposition. There's not 4 of anything. So that was it. I don't have a choice there. He gets the 3 4s and I just lose. Too bad. Here's what I heard. Says that those nobles been picking each other off. I believe here. Trying to translate his gibberish as part of game puzzle, maybe, yeah. There's probably, I know there's a 3. I think there's 2 3s. Why? I thought they ruled together. Sansa's get scared. Say he heard it from a fortune teller, I did. I don't think there's more than 3 anythings. I'll call. I'm not even going to go to 4s. Sweet. I'm going to bid 1 4 because he can't call me on it. And I, again, don't think there's 2 of anything on this board. Is there anything you can tell me about the nobles? Not much there's noble about him, as for sure. He thinks there's 2 4s? I think there are not 2 4s. Only 1 4. The round is yours. I am good at liar's dice. If he thinks there's 1 4, I think there are 2 4s. There's no 3 4s! There's not 3 4s! What the hell is wrong with you 3 4s? I mean, he knows he's gonna lose at 2 4s. He can't call 2 4s if I go up to 2 4s. You flick the sailor's final die off the table with a grin. I win, you tell him. The sailor hands over 2 gold pieces. Another? The sailor asks. No, I'm good. That's enough for me, you reply, patting your purse. Voywa. He puts the dice away. Here. The sailor nudges your arm and makes a gesture with his elbow. How about some more ale? Yeah, okay. I'll accept a drink. You thank him. The sailor grins with his 1 remaining tooth and heads off to the bar, returning a few minutes later with 2 flagons of ale. He passes one over to you. Is this dangerous? This is probably dangerous. You knock tankards with the creatures on either side of you, then drain the beer in one swoop. It is nutty and pleasant, and fills your stomach with a pleasing warm glow. The sailors on either side clap you on the shoulder. Goit the dunya! One cries. Put airs on your chest! Fascinating. You thank the sailor for the beer and get to your feet. Don't go far, murmurs the woman with the eye patch, smiling. We in there. Your eyes roam around the busy room and light on a shadowy figure in one corner. Flanker! Apparently my skill at liar's dice has impressed them. Go hang out with Flanker. You go over and sit by the assassin. There you are again, he declares with pleasure. He seems more relaxed than earlier. Perhaps he has completed whatever mission he was here to perform. But tell me, friend, he murmurs, do you play dice? Swindlestones? Flanker's smile broadens. I see you know it. From a hidden pouch in his tunic, he pulls a set of dice and pushes half of them across the table to you. Okay. We play for fun? The assassin shakes his head. I do not do anything for fun. He considers it for a moment. Let me propose a modest wager, he replies. If you win, I will help you with your quest. But if I win, my obligation to you is at an end, and should we meet again, I will have the freedom to cleave your neck from your shoulders. Do you agree? Yeah, we're playing a lot of Swindlestones here. Do I think I can beat Flanker at Swindlestones? That's a real question. If I lose, you'll kill me? You shake your head. Your terms seem quite high. Flanker laughs. You think ill of me, my friend. I merely reclaim my right to end your life. I will not take it unless I am paid well, or you insult me. I only wish to free myself from debt. I prefer to keep you in that debt, I'll be honest with you. I want your help. Aren't you gonna help me? Wait. Can't you repay the debt by helping me? So what incentive do I have to play this game? You'll help me anyway, because that's how you repay your debt. I prefer to keep you in that debt. Apparently not. This did not work out the way I thought it was going to. I fear I will never repay my due to you. Why not just help me in the quest? That'll repay it. If I cannot help you further, then I must be away. It does not do for me to stay in one place too long. Will I see you again? Not in this city, he replies. Beyond? It is not impossible. I wish you luck. You know what? I'm gonna play him. We're gonna rewind this. And, we're gonna play a game of Liar's Dice with, old Flanker. And see what kind of bonuses we can get for succeeding. He won't help you in the quest because plot, but if we win, he will help me in the quest. So, maybe let's do that. It's 2 3s, 2 2s. So all of this is the same opening line. Okay. I don't want to bid 5 ones. I'll bid 3 4s here because I'm willing to bet that he has 2 4s. I will not allow your inane words to turn me from my game, so do not attempt such a strategy. He thinks there's 4 3s? I think there are 4 3s. Do I go up to 4 4? I think there are 4 3s, so I have to escalate. Maybe I think there's 5 3s? If he's going 4 3s, maybe I think there's 5 3s. I think there's 5 3s. Are you so unconfident? Perhaps you should give up now. This is a game of concentration and focus. My goddess will protect me from your talk. I fear you will need more than that to save you, friend. I don't think there are 6 3s. I don't think he has 4 3s in his table. Ooh, he could have called my 5. Dude could have called my 5. Here. Woo! Starting it off big. Big bets. All right. I think there's 3 4s. You take this game as seriously as a sword fight, then. A reputation once injured cannot be salved. Every humiliation is a scar one carries to the grave. 4 4s. All right. If he's gonna go 4 4s, I think I'm gonna go 5 4s. I'm gonna chance it. If he calls me on it, he calls me on it. If he's gonna go 4 4s, do I think he has 3 4s? I don't actually think he has 3 4s. Do I think there's 5 of anything at this table? I don't think there's 5 of anything at this table. He might have 2 4s. That's not outside. Like, that's possible. Like, I don't think I can call him on 2 4s. But I don't think I can win with this unless he goes aggressively on me also. How many options on the dice? It's 1 through 4. It's a D8 with 2 1s, 2 2s, 2 3s, 2 4s, as far as I know. I think it's supposed to be ostensibly a D4, but I'm not sure exactly. But yeah, it looks like it's D8s with 1s, 2s, 3s, and 4s. Assumedly in even proportions. But it's not been explicit. Do I just call here? Do I just call? I think he does have the 2 4s, though. How did he bid this fight? He bid the 1 1, and then I bid 3 4s. Now he's bidding 4 4s? Maybe he doesn't have to. Maybe he only has 1. I'm going to call. Because I don't think there's 5. I don't think there's 5 of anything. Yes, I was right. I'd rather not sit in silence as we play. I have a 1, 2 2s, a 3, and a 4. Do I just want to cede the bet to him, see what he plays? Make something to make them D8s? Yeah. Yeah. I'll lead with 2 4s, so he has to bid a 3. I think it's likely that he has a 4 somewhere in his pile. When chatter is your only hope of victory, I'm not surprised. He's bidding 3 1s. I think there's 3 2s. I think 3 2s is legit. Not only interested in victory. He thinks 4 1s? I don't think there's 4 1s. I'll call that. You do not have 3 1s, my dude. Man, I'm cleaning up against this guy. 3 3s, 3 4s, 3 4s? It's possible there's 3 4s. If both of his things are 4s, then I've lost here. Because am I willing to bet that both of his things are 4s? Like, I could just call. There could be 4 3s, there could be 4 2s if he has 2 of both of those. God, this is a really smart bet if he has double 4s. I guess it's a really smart bet regardless, because now I have to go to 4. I don't like my odds. I think I have to call this, because I don't think there's 4 of anything. So if I go up, I just lose. That doesn't seem likely. Well, yep. He was right. He did good. That was a good roll. That was a good bid. Let's force him to bid 2 of something. Seems to me that this city is not suiting you. It is true. I am much happier out in the hills. I don't think he has 2-4s again. I think I'm calling here. You should leave. I managed to keep baiting him with my bids, which is really good. If he thinks there's a 4, I think there are 2 4s. Because I think he has the 4. There are not 3 4s, my dude. And what do you mean by that? By what? You don't want to talk, I thought, so I'm not talking. Gotcha, buddy. Apparently he's Korean. Who knew? Flanker nods deeply. Sindla preserve me, I have lost to you again. Come with me. I will take you to the council. The council? The leaders of Kare are madmen and pirates, but not fools. They might be persuaded to see the sense of your mission, he replies, especially if you have the gold to cover their pockets. Shall we go? Tell me more. Where is the council? It is hard to find, Flanker says. It is the tallest building in Kare, but most of its height is built underground. So from the street it looks like just another dwelling place. But I know where it is. Alright, I'll believe you. Let's go. Excellent. Flanker beams, finishes his beer, then gestures to the door. Follow me. Well, okay. Follow Flanker. You follow Flanker across the top of the dock. He moves fast, like a fleeting shadow, but somehow contrives to never disappear from your sight. He does not speak, and your attempts at conversation are met with immediate silence. This island is the tallest mountain in the world. Yeah. Finally, you arrive outside an ordinary-looking building. This is it, he declares. Wait here, and I will go inside. He disappears through the door. I'm not going to try the door. That seems foolhardy. The house into which Flanker has gone is just that, surely. The windows are thick bottle glass. The door is tarred wood, studded with rivets and painted black. The roof, only a single story up, is overgrown with weeds. Other identical buildings stand either side. Still nothing. The building in front of you does not seem like any council chamber. Perhaps this is a trap? Look through the windows. He did say to wait here. You peer in through one of the windows, but the glass is so thick and heavily streaked on the inside with candle grease that you cannot make out anything. I trust Flanker. Flanker has seemed weirdly trustworthy so far. You wait. Flanker does not reappear. Minutes pass. Time passes. In the distance, you hear the sound of cartwheels rattling down the cobbles from the dock. They are quickly lost in the bustle of Lower Kare. You hear the footsteps of the guard marching past. Perhaps they will come here. But then they turn away. This place, it seems, is not even important enough to warrant a visit. Long minutes pass. Time passes. This'll work. I know this'll work. More time passes. Minutes pass. Is it just repeating? Time passes. It is. How much more time passes? Really? Long minutes pass. Time passes. All right. In ignoring Flanker's instructions, you try the door. It's unlocked. I'm not going to walk away. You are in a wide room. Chairs line the walls, but there is no other furniture. If this is someone's house, then it has been meticulously robbed. But if not, you can't see what function it does serve. But it cannot be abandoned. A fire in the hearth blazes out heat. There's no sign of Flanker anywhere. But there are also no other doors. Alright, what spells can I cast? M, D, H, and S. O's, A's, and U's. S, G, W, and P. So we could dop here. You cast the spell, hoping to locate a secret door from this room, but all that happens is the main door to the street flies open, as if knocked by a strong wind. You close it once more. Well, you go over to the fire to warm your hands. It seems normal enough, and is hot enough to roast a pig. A voice booms out from nowhere. "Please," it says, "be seated." Okay. You choose a seat close to the fire and sit down. Something strange happens the moment you take your weight off your feet. It is as though the far wall no longer exists. In its place is a long hallway, lined with cloth banners and torches on brass poles. 2 guards stand halfway down the hallway, and between them you see Flanker, deep in conversation. You hang back and watch the scene. "I'm sorry," the first guard is saying. "The council is in session, and cannot be disturbed." Flanker is shaking his head. "That is incorrect, as you well know." The guard smiles tightly in reply. Flanker turns around and waves to you. "Please, join me." Okay, I'll trust him. You stand and stride over to join the assassin. "I'm afraid the council is in session," the guard repeats, louder now. "That's a lie," Flanker replies smoothly. "The council is no more. There is no one behind that door. The first noble is behind that door. In session." Can I cast telepathy? Can I find out what is actually going on? Is Tel available? Ooh, it is. You cast the spell, slipping on the cloth skullcap, and directing your inner ear towards the first guard. He seems to be quite tired and sick of guarding the council door. It seems they've been standing watch over it for the last 2 months, but since the first noble is still inside, they cannot leave. Really? You turn your attention to the second guard. He seems to be more concerned about how to spend the money he stole while doing his rounds today. All right, let's do something else. Interesting, perhaps, but hardly useful information. You hang back to see what Flanker will do. The assassin bows his cowled head. "I'm sorry for your family," he says quietly. Then a moment later, his long steel blade is in his hands and at the neck of one of the guards. Well, if that's how we're doing it... Ooh, my attack power is super high. Why is my attack power so high? I'm amazing. How did this happen? The 2 guards leap into defensive postures, wielding their halberds. Weapons with reach, hard to defend against, and capable of doing unusual amounts of damage. I think he's going to be defensive, though. It did say defensive posture, right? Oh, never mind. Ow. The guard raises his halberd. He is clearly shaking with fear. Hardly surprising, since Flanker is already besting his comrade. You begin with a light jab. The council guard responds with a tough blow, balancing strength and impact. He knocks you reeling to the floor. Across the chamber, you see Flanker suffering a similar setback. He alters his grip to hold his staff more loosely. He seems to be preparing a simple jab. A chance to overpower him, perhaps? I'm going to go super high here. Time to attack. You rush forward with a deep, heavy slash. But his own move is fast and careful, and he is able to parry the very worst of the strike. You have winded him. "I can't let you through," he mutters. He feints left. Defend. Wow, or not. Flanker swings fast while you drop yourself into a crouch. His cutting blow sails close to your head. You dart back, breath heaving. Well, this is still more than he can do. Oh, and he defended. That's unfortunate. Acting quickly, you sweep your sword across his body with powerful force, but the impact clangs against his defending staff, and you only lay a minor wound. He shows his teeth. The council guard is left breathless, but not seriously hurt. You see his arm grow tense. He is readying for a strong attack. "Beware!" Flanker cries to you. Yeah, I can see it. That's fine. Ooh, big swings. Well, I really sucked here. You whip up your defenses as the guard powers forward with a cry. It tires him out, but you are left breathless and weak. The other fight is raging fiercely. The guard's eyes follow your shoulders. I think a 3 is probably appropriate here. He's going to be defensive, right? Yep. Leaping into action, you swing your sword fast, in towards his chest. But the blow jumps back off his lifted halberd, and you only place a small bruise. He grimaces with effort. The guard pants heavily. After so long simply guarding, he is clearly out of shape. Another 3. Good. Relentlessly, you cut and thrust, keeping the guard pinned. You slash violently across his chest, overwhelming his own staff swing. His breath begins to heave. He is struggling to hold his halberd up, and the other guard is faring little better. A thin, grim expression crosses the guard's face. Do not toy with this one, Flanker advises the guard, despite his own struggles. 4.9 is dangerous. I think he could beat me. I kind of want to defend and just get above 7. Alright, I can definitely go super hard here. You ready yourself to block as he tries a deep bash. You dive to one side, but even the impact is heavy and tiring. You escape mostly uninjured. Yeah, that was pretty bad. I want to try that again. He's been mostly doing, like, sub 3 attacks here, right? Oof. The guard's eyes follow your shoulders, so he's going to defend, which means we can do, like, a light jab here. Time to attack. You sting him with your blade, low and fast, saving your energy. That door will be opened, you declare, whether you do it or you are dead. His own weapon is raised in defense. He grimaces with effort. The council guard is left breathless, but not seriously hurt. So he's not setting up for a big swing, which means it'll probably be sub 4. Oh, he's defending again. Now he's going for a big swing, which means we just defend, because I don't have enough to overpower him. Oh, I could have overpowered him. Disappointing. The guard is moving his staff protectively, conserving his energy so that his next strike can be stronger. I see. So like a 1, let's say 1.5, should be good enough for whatever's happening here. And then we can just max out here, right? His staff is lifted to protect himself. He shows his teeth. The council guard is bruised, but mostly unhurt. Oof. That was really bad. He watches my footwork closely. Defense, yep. Oh, wow, this was even worse. This was even worse. Nope, nope. Trying again, trying again. I could do better. I could do better. So his first attack has been around like 4 something, right? So maybe let's just max it. And beat whatever it is he's doing. The guard raises his halberd. He is clearly shaking with fear. Yep. He's misjudged your strength and you knock him back! Good. I don't know what he's going to be doing, but again, like, I think 4 is enough to stop whatever it is. And he's not clearly being defensive or overproductive, or Relentlessly, you cut and thrust, keeping the guard pinned. You swing your sword fast, in towards his chest. But his own move is fast and careful. He is able to parry the very worst of the strike. The guard pants heavily. After so long simply guarding, he's clearly out of shape. So again, no tell here. Which means... Oof. Means we should have blocked, is what we should have done. Chance to overpower him? Maybe. Barely. That's enough. Alright. I'll take this. I'll take this. 3 stamina lost. I definitely screwed up, like, a major... there was, like, a just completely wrong approach to one of the specific actions. But otherwise, we did pretty well. I'll leave it at that. That's good enough. It's not like 10 stamina lost. Flanker has cut his man down as well. You and your comrade clean your blades. Flanker says a short prayer, then tastes a fingertip of blood from his victim. Opening the door, he gestures for you to go first. Okay. To the council, I guess. This is the main council chamber of Kare, a wide room with a domed roof supported by tall pillars, ornately carved with monsters, serpents, and instruments of torture. In the center, 12 throne-like seats are arranged in a circle, with one on a raised dais, presumably the seat of the first noble. All are empty. A chalk circle has been drawn just inside the ring of thrones. Flanker frowns. This is not right, he muses. Walk around the chairs? You make a slow circle of the chairs, Flanker doing likewise in the other directions. No one here, he remarks. No secret doors, no hidden passages. Look at the names. The throne of the first noble has the name Sansus embossed in gold leaf on its back. The names on the others are smaller and fashioned from plain iron. Mulas, Tiffin, Lorag, Shinva, Zirin, and Theta. It would seem that none of the chairs have been sat in for a very long time. Examine the circle. You approach the chalk circle. It appears to be just what it seems, a circle inscribed on the stone floor of the room. The only remarkable thing about it is how perfect it is. It is a flawless curve. Rather too well drawn, Flinker says, echoing your thoughts. That makes me suspicious. So it's a portal trap. We know it's a portal trap. I'm going to sit on the throne. You walk back to the first noble's chair and lower yourself down, crossing your legs and surveying the room. Flanker looks up from his forensic investigations of the chalk circle with amusement. Well, it's walk into the circle or leave. So I guess throw caution to the wind and do the only thing we have left to do here, because I don't want to just leave. That seems useless. You step towards the chalk circle. At the last moment, Flanker rushes forward and catches your arm. No, he exclaims. He holds you back, just at the edge. Once, he breathes, you saved my life. Now I save yours and clear my debt to you. That is no circle. That is a portal trap. I know about portal traps already. Good, Flanker replies. But how is there one here? The first noble controls the portal traps. Why would he place one inside his own council chamber? It makes no sense. Something very untoward is occurring in this city, and I must find out what. He sweeps towards the door. I've found a new clue. I'm still going to step into the trap. Absolutely stepping into the trap here. No question in my mind that that's a thing I want to do. Lord Shinva is one of the nobles. If it kills me, it kills me. With his attention turned, you take a deep breath. You step into the chalk circle. You feel nothing as you cross the boundary, but one moment you are in the council chamber, then your foot touches nothing inside, and you're falling. Oh. Oh. So this is where it takes me. Well, that's not useful. Ooh. But this might actually be the noble. Yeah, the body with the one in a circle. Investigate it. Let's try running it through, since touching it didn't do anything. You draw your sword as silently as you can, then skewer the dark shape. It collapses at the slightest touch, and you breathe a sigh of relief. Okay, examine the cloak. There's no information here, either. Sewer turns a corner here, with other tunnels blocked by filth-strewn wreckage. Searching the wreckage last time produced some blimberry. So we need to check the markings on the wall. We've already been through here. The rags produced some gold and some fleas. But the markings matter. Do I just want to fight it? We could just fight it. Or run for it, I guess. Or I could cast Law again, but that cost me 3 stamina anyway. Is it better to just kill it? Maybe it's better to just kill it. Let's fight. Oh. It's a monster. Okay, let's start with defend. Good choice! Good choice. The rat bear advances at speed, splashing through filthy water on all fours with its vicious tail poised to spike. You drop quickly backwards through the water and raise your sword, ready to defend. At the last moment, the rat bear leaps, all claws off the ground, and ready to plunge into your body. You brace yourself as it comes down. For a moment, it's close enough for you to smell its sewer breath. So now we can afford to do, like, some kind of attack? I don't know. I kind of just want to defend again. I don't know what it's going to do. Assumedly, it only has 0.9 left, right? So if we do 1, we're home clear? Home free? Apparently not. It doesn't follow the same rules as I do. Should have gone into 4. Drops to all fours and lowers its head. Is that defend or is that attack? That's defend. Or that's a small damage. Murmur a hopeful prayer. I don't know what it's doing, so it's probably around a 4. You risk an attack. Standing firm against the wall, you swing a mighty blow at the rat bear, just as it comes for you. Alright, same thing. Dropping your weight, you chop a mighty stroke against the rat bear, catching it a light blow. The tip of its tail is no longer attached. It scurries away from you, splashing across the room. That sounds like a small attack, if anything. So we could do like a 1.5 or something. Sidestepping, you slash out, slipping a light blow past the rat bear's claws. The rat bear is bleeding into the water below. Alright, big attack. Let's go. Nice! Back against the stone wall, you deliver a mighty swing at the rat bear, then your sword finds its way down into the creature. The heavy beast screams. The echo of the noise shakes the stone and disappears off down the tunnel, but the rat bear is dead. Well, that was less worth it than just killing it via torture, but I guess that's it. So I guess we can keep going this way. Cast a spell! So we did howl last time, and it told us that the path was straight and not dangerous, which is a lie. So let's try sus this time. You cast the spell, and a calm voice enters your mind and begins to speak. It warns you in a quiet voice that the river has burst a dam up ahead, and the tunnel is filling with water as you speak. You will not be able to outrun it, and you will not be able to hide. Maybe we just take a deep breath. There was nothing else for it. You take a deep breath, exhale, take a deeper breath, exhale, and then fill your lungs as best as you can as the great wave strikes. Yeah, sus did not give us particularly good information here. Unfortunate. I mean, we're screwed, but sus didn't tell us a way out, which is also unfortunate. The water wrenches you from the floor and throws you into a swirling spiral. You can see nothing but the murk and the filth. At least, you think, Riley, you are getting a wash. Swim for it! For the moment, at least, you are calm and can focus, even in the roaring torrent. Swim down to escape the flow. Down to escape the flow. Dangerous? You are still running out of air. Do I have, like, a air breathing spell? I don't think I do. Nope. This is pretty much the same results as before. This is not this is no different from being unprepared. You turn and swim back against the current, but it is like wrestling a 12-limbed octopus bear, and every time you think you have made progress, another eddy knocks you spinning forward again. Oh, cool, I died. Huh. Sus told me nothing I didn't already know. Alright, so this didn't work. You have drowned in the sewers under Kare. Your adventure is at an end. Rewind. Is there any other spell that I could use here that seems like it would be useful? Wall? What other spells can I cast? Okay, sure. But, like, the deep breath thing didn't matter. It didn't change the results. We've got F's, Z's, H's, and S's. O's, I's, and U's. S, W, N, and F. So H gets me how, hot, and huff. We have no safe path, apparently. S, sus, six, sap, and sun, none of which do anything. F, fall, fog, and force field? Can I cast force field? I can cast force field. Oh, maybe force field is good. Let's see if force field is good. Nervously, you cast your spell, binding a tight force field around yourself. It will not last for long, but should anything happen soon, the force field should protect you from the worst of it. That done, you keep walking. The sound of rushing water is growing louder. Suddenly you realize, okay, so I have force fielded myself. I don't know if that's helpful. I could pray for aid here. Running for it doesn't matter. Take a deep breath. Swim for it! Swim with the current. That seems like a good idea. The current is whipping you this way and that. Your force field has trapped some, but it will soon run out! The force field protects you against bashes and knocks. Okay. Swim with the current. Swim with the current. Only the air trapped inside your force field is keeping you alive now. Excellent. Force field did some work. And it didn't matter! It didn't matter! Okay, we could try that. We could try against the current. Alright, against the current. Here we go. You swim back against the current, but it's like... Okay, octopus bear. Yep, swim against the current. Struggle on against the current. Fighting with all your heart to stay still. Against the current. Against the current. Nope, that doesn't work. Is there something that works here? Does nothing work here? Swimming with the current doesn't work. So swimming up pops me up into the river. So I know that I can do that. That'll at least keep me alive. But it feels like there should be something else I can do, right? So let's try down to escape the flow. Down to escape the flow. Now, against the current. No, that's not going to do anything. Alright, let's just get out of here. Yeah, I guess the only way out is up. Alright. Maybe that's it. Maybe. Yeah. Diving under is dangerous. Swim underwater? Ooh, very dangerous. Okay. You keep going, swimming forward through the murk. Surely you cannot hope to make it all the way across. A dark shape looms through the brown water ahead of you. Really? Hang on. Dark shape? Ah, the far bank. Okay. Alright, whatever. All your food has been ruined by the water. I didn't have rations. I mean, also I have a... I've got a blimberry juice, right? That's food. Time to get some rest. You close your eyes and are quickly asleep. Your dreams are cluttered and crazy. Red-eyed beings loom at you. You seem to be walking forward, traps springing at your feet. Flanker laughs and raises his sword, plunging it deep into your neck. Face after face laughs as you ask about the spells. 4, says one. There are 11 spells. 13. 49! Music builds around you, and you are spinning faster and faster in smaller circles. River water fills your mouth and makes you choke, but the water is thriving with fishes, each of which wants to tell you its life story. And somewhere beneath your feet, you hear a man crackling with laughter, and the crown is on his head beyond your reach. Dawn comes, and you are woken by the shimmering light across the surface of the Jabaji River. But the idyllic morning is quickly broken as the first of the boats begins to sail down the river, the sailors cursing and singing filthy songs that echo between the buildings on either side. You have almost become accustomed to the terrible smell here. You follow the road away from the river towards a fork in the road. If there are any nobles still in the city port, their houses are most likely to be on this side of the river. But which way? Fork in the road! The early morning sun is beginning to wake the streets of Kare. A few creatures roam this way and that. In one corner, a spring bubbles with fresh water. I'll drink from the fountain. You cup your hand to the water and drink a mouthful. It is fresh and invigorating, as though the water was enchanted. Wow, what a deal. Looking left, the road heads through into a residential area that seems well cared for. A short way off to the right is an open plaza. So I have a direction in mind, right? We wanted to get into... where was the clue? We know where the Lorag is, right? The Scholar's House in the red quarter of the city, in a large house close to Fireview Square. Okay, so we want to get to Fireview Square. So we can just move on, probably. Unless we think we should ask for directions. You stop a passing creature. Excuse me, I need to ask you... The creature's head is bowed, and it doesn't look up. But it pulls itself free and hurries away. It is too miserable to speak. There is nothing for it. You'll have to explore for yourself. Okay, well, to Fireview. You turn right, heading away from the city wall. A sign points towards Fireview Square. You pass large houses that have the aspect of official places of business. One is marked with a clawed fist of a moneylender. An elven woman is just leaving. She looks quite worn out already, this early in the morning. Well? Once again, we are faced with a choice of interact or don't. You stop the woman with a gesture. She looks at you in some surprise. You seem distraught. She looks at you, her narrow eyes wide. "Ah, stranger," she moans. "You have no idea." The moneylenders have not been generous, you suggest? The woman laughs. "When are they ever generous? But today they have been cruel." She wipes her eyes with a ragged cuff. "But no matter. I should not have expected any different. But what of you, stranger? You do not look like a Karayan to me." "I am new to Kare," you explain. "Is that so?" she replies. "Then maybe," she wipes a tear from her eye, "maybe you'll need a guide." "Sure, that would be useful." "Very good, stranger. I will be happy to help you if I can, for a fee. Where do you want to go?" "I need to find a scholar called Lorag," you reply. She nods. "I do not know him, but I know where he lives. I can take you there." She nods, clearly pleased. "And how much do you charge?" She sizes you up for a moment. 4 gold pieces. I'll give you 2. That's too much, you reply. She shrugs.
Then I'll find work elsewhere.
She waits for your decision. Welp. I guess I won't give her 2. Do I just pay her? I'm, getting pickpocketed was a mistake. But it did lead us to talking to Flanker. Don't pay, says Netoen. I mean, I think I know where the house is. 4's a little much. I'm gonna say don't pay. I'm gonna say don't pay. Let's save our money for something else. You shake your head. Nah, I'll find my own way.
Very well. May you stand in the first portal trap you see.
Wrapping her cloak tightly around herself, she steps off to one side and hurries off down the street. You watch her go with some sympathy. Ah, that didn't work out. The alley gets wider, passing along a building on the left, which seems to be full of children. On the step, a lanky man sits with his eyes firmly closed. You pause to look him over. He is tall, well-dressed, but not healthy-looking. He seems pale and thin. You go over to the man to greet him. He does not look up with you. Do you play Swindlestones? Everybody plays Swindlestones. The man does not look at you. His eyes remain closed. Is he asleep? Do you play Swindlestones, you ask? The figure nods once, slowly. From his pocket, he produces a set of dice. What's the stake? The creature shakes his head, then utters 2 words. Your life. And what do I get if I win? Your life, the creature replies. Play or forfeit. Ha. Huh. Do you play Gwent? Yeah, it's probably the same. The same kind of idea. What if I forfeit? The creature nods once. For a moment, he opens his eyes, and you catch a glimpse of a burning red fiery mass. And then a searing pain erupts down your side. Then everything goes black. What a way to die. Oh. What? No, we just got portal trapped. What? Fascinating. No, I do not want this to happen. Should I still challenge him to Swindlestones? I am a stranger in this city, you tell him. He ignores you, clearly uninterested in who or what you are. It looked like it was an even more foul beast. There are some foul beasts here. Alright, yeah, sure. We'll challenge you. What's the stake? You're on. I'm not afraid of you. The thin creature hands you your dice and waves at you to bid. Eyes still closed, huh? Alright, let's start with 2 4s. It is an orphanage for those whose parents are killed, lost, go mad, or are murdered. If he's gonna let me get away with this gambit, I don't think he has 3 4s. The most charitable institution. He does not have 3 4s. I was right. Man, it turns out lying is very effective at liar's dice. I played another creature earlier today. He thinks there's 2 3s. I think there are 4 3s. Was the stake the same? It was an elven. Elvens are not proficient at Swindlestones. He thinks there's 5 3s? Do I think he has 2 3s? There's not 5 4s, for sure. Literally impossible to be 5 4s. Literally impossible to be 5 anything. I could go for 6 threes. Maybe I think he has all threes? I don't think he has 2 threes. I'm going to call. I was right. Wait, what? Oh, no, I was wrong. Ah, I was completely screwed no matter what. I should have bet 5 instead of 4. From his 2, I should have gone to 5. Because he was bidding exactly how much he had. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Is this the undead creature? Is this one of the city nobles? I need to find the city nobles. They are most difficult to find. You think there's 3 threes? I don't think there's 3 threes. If there are 3 threes, I'm screwed. Yep. Literally no way out of that one. Nice dice, buddy. Now. He thinks there's 2 twos? Okay, then I think there's 3 twos. I have figured out how this guy bids. I do not think there are 4 twos. What? What a champion! Alright, I have not figured out how this guy bids. Life and love are both over. I think there are 2 4s. Ah, are there not 2 4s? There are not 2 4s. Well, I will give you another chance, he declares. Will you play again? Sure! That sounds fun. I'll play again. So when he starts the bidding, he bids what he has. I think there's 2 4s. I think he has a 4. He thinks there's 3 4s. Does that mean that he has 2? Or does that mean that he has 1 and thinks I actually have 2? I don't know that there was a minigame in part 1. Do I just call? I could say 4. I think there's 4 4s. He thinks there's 5 4s? I don't think there's 5 4s. There is nothing at the gate. It is deserted, overgrown. There are no guards. Wow, there weren't even 4, and he went all the way up to 6? No, he went to 5. Okay. 3 4s was right. I escalated, because if I called, he would have been right, and I was right. But then he escalated again. Fascinating, he didn't call me on it. Okay. I guess if I think he's right, I just escalate. He thinks there's 4 3s? That's literally impossible. I have no 3s. If you are looking for nobles, one is most certainly dead. Lord Shinva was buried months ago. On the other hand, asking where he was buried seems like useful information. But I want to win the game. Wow, he overbid. That's fascinating. Alright, let's try 2 twos, because I want to ask about Shinva's mausoleum. It's one of the newer tombs in the necropolis. Well, that's cool. Are there 3 twos? There might be 3 twos. Maybe there's 3 threes. Mausoleums are dark places filled with dark creatures. You would do well to take a torch. Okay, it's fair. You are an explorer in our city. Alright, he's bidding 1-1. I'm going to bid 1-4 and make him overbid. Because I know there's at least 1-4. If he goes 2-4s, I'm in trouble. If he goes 2-1s, I'm calling him on it. You look hungry already. So it sounds like he has a 1 and a 2 in his hand, which means I'm screwed. Let's go 2-4s and hope he overbids. Yep. And he does, in fact, have exactly a 1 and a 2. I have a 1 and a 3. So let's bid a 4. And hope he doesn't call me on it. He thinks there's 2 1s. Well, then I think there's 3 1s. He thinks there's 4 1s? There are not 4 1s. But he knows there are 3 1s. Not 4 1s, my friend. He thinks there's a 4? Then I think there are 2 4s. I think he's not lying. There's definitely not 3 4s. You have once again screwed up. The creature takes back its dice. A good win, he declares. From his pocket, he produces 3 gold pieces. I took these from the last creature I beat, he says. That makes them yours. Gratefully, you take his gifts. Will you play again? He asks. I mean, I think I can probably beat him again. But what do I think I'll gain out of it? I've already heard about the newest mausoleum. No, I think I'm done. No, I've beaten you. I will not risk my life again. Very wise. The creature agrees. You move away down the street. Alright, so what has happened with my clues? Lord Shinva is dead and buried. Rumors that his spirit still haunts his crypt in the Kari necropolis. Fascinating. Alright, Fireview Square. You follow the road between large houses until it enters a wide square. Odd-looking creatures mill about, going about their business. Several are clustered in a crowd around a monument of some kind. On the other side of the square, the main road continues on through a low arch. 1,000 other alleyways lead off in all directions into Upper Kare. You approach the crowd around the monument, which is so thick it is hard to see inside. Hey, says one of the creatures, whom you elbow aside. Be careful! You apologize, and the creature huffs and moves away through the crowd. Clambering up the steps of the monument, you finally get to see inside. But the monument seems to be empty. There is just a circular rug that fills the floor space. Portal trap! The crowd murmur and whisper. What is this monument? You ask one of the creatures. Can't you tell? The creature replies. Were you born yesterday? I'm a stranger here. We don't like strangers, the creature replies. The crowd are clustered around the monument as though expecting the rug inside to move. Of course it's a trap! Does this get me in trouble if I throw a coin inside? You toss a coin into the monument. You don't quite see what happens, but a moment later, your coin is nowhere to be seen. Someone in the crowd shoves someone else who almost topples inside the monument, but just catches their balance in time. They hurry down the steps of the monument, ashen-faced. I'm not going to step into it. That seems very dangerous. Look back at it. You cast another look at the monument, the crowd around it, but nothing seems to have changed. The creatures are still waiting for something. A peddler with a tray around his neck walks past you in the square. Anchorwort! Blimberry! Poultice of millweed! I wonder if I could get something useful from him. Speed powder, maybe? Or fire water for pep? Have I beaten Ultra Hades? I have no idea what Ultra Hades is, so I'm going to say no. Is that like when Hades transforms into a mecha? In which case, no. No, I haven't. Something super weird happened here. Hang on. I'm gonna rewind this because I think I could try again and do better. Look at the creatures. Creatures push and knock into you as they make their way across the plaza, despite there being plenty of space. None of them seem to be looking where they're going. There's something strange about them in general. Their bodies are spindly, their faces long with downturned mouths. In fact, their eyes all seem to be closed. You knock the creature away. He splutters with rage and begins to threaten you, but other creatures around him calm him down. He stalks away across the square, cursing loudly. Okay, we're going to ask about it, and now we're just going to make some stuff up. You rack your brains for something that could explain it. It's a trap. The creature nods. You're right, stranger. Several red eyes have disappeared into it. We're waiting to see if anything comes out, and if it does... He opens his eyes for a moment, and you catch a glimpse of burning red fire in the sockets of his skull. Then his eyelids close once more. The crowd are clustered around the monument, as though expecting the rug inside to move. Huh. Now I know what red eyes are. Oh, and I have a key to their prison. Okay, so if I get locked away, I can get myself out. That's cool. I guess I could just step in. So several people have already been forced into it, and they don't know where it leads. And so they're watching it to see if anything comes out of it. Well, I'm curious. Portaled. Where does it portal me to? In the well again? God, this stupid goddamn sewer. To a fate that is nearly worse than death. In a sewer again. Okay. Which part of the sewer... Is this the same sewer? This is a different sewer. Oh! This is a different part of the sewer. Oh, no, it's a different sewer. Okay. Well. Having fun, are you? I don't think I want to do this. This doesn't sound like a good time. Gotta use these points on it. Fair enough. Fair enough. Hard to argue. All right. Let's not worry about this and deal with it later. The arch at the far end of the square is thronged with more creatures, not all the same as those in the square. There seems to be a bustling hub beyond, a market district perhaps? You walk to the center of the square and turn about, peering into all the narrow alleyways that lead off in every direction. To the northwest, they wind between residential buildings, stacked precariously on top of one another. To the south, the alleys seem darker and rubble-strewn. There are fewer rooftops in that direction. You talk to the herbalist. You cross the square. Herbalist. Good day, he greets you. Can I interest you in a poultice, a salve? What are you selling? Let me show you. For instance, this. He digs around on his tray. A mustic ointment, made from pure mustic. What does it do? Mustic is a powerful hypnotic, he replies. It can make you believe almost anything. I don't want to smell that. You lean away, careful not to inhale from the salve. He smiles and takes a deep breath himself, sighing happily. How much does it cost? A pot of this size? He holds up a container no larger than your thumb. 4 gold pieces. It's very valuable. This doesn't seem like a magic ingredient for anything that I want to do. Enter a shop where everything should already be at the most available place and reach for... Oh, yeah. Well, no, it's just a dude who has, like a tray of stuff, right? Give me something else. You owe me. The man nods, his pupils dilated wide. Of course I do, he cries. He agrees. I know I do. What do you want? What else do you have? Blimberry salve. Show me something else. Essence of bark. Good for sore throats. I don't want it. And you're my worst customer ever. Have a good day. What a fascinating experience. Irish pirate? I mean, I guess. I don't know. Okay. So, we're still trying to find... There's an alley through the arch. An alley. An alley. And all we know is near Fireview Square, so it's probably this one? This is a pretty big house. And this is the prison. Look at the clues again. In a large house close to Fireview Square, in the red quarter of the city. Which is the red quarter? Is this the red quarter? Is this the red quarter? Which of these houses is a large house close to Fireview Square? Maybe here? Maybe this is it? I don't think I see red quarter. Oh, this is the red quarter, up here. Okay. Large house close to Fireview Square. Gray clue means used, no longer relevant. I think so. I think it means that we've done what we needed to do as a result of having it. Sure, let's try this one. If this doesn't pan out, I think what I'm going to do is rewind and pay the girl her 4 gold. You make your way up the alley, only to find it blocked about halfway along by a colossal slick of what looks like vegetable waste. The slimy mass pours out of a large warehouse building, as though someone has allowed a spell of soup making to get out of control. But you approach boldly. As you get closer, you start to see that the green slimy mess is very gently inflating and deflating. It is breathing, and very, very big. You back away once more. There is no way past the thing, whatever it is. Alright, yep, we're rewinding. I'm gonna pay what's-her-face. Think it was here? Yep. Talk to her. You seem distraught. Moneylenders have not been generous. I am new to Kare. That would be useful. I need to find a scholar. And how much do you charge? Half now, half later, you suggest. The woman shrugs. That's fair. She holds out a palm, and you give her 2 gold pieces. She smiles. Very well, then. She gestures down the street. Before we begin, you say, tell me your name. You can call me Mish, she nods. Good to meet you, stranger. This way. She heads off along the street. The alley gets wider, and passing a long building on the left, which seems to be full of children. An orphanage, Mish tells you, full of ne'er-do-wells. On the step, a lanky man sits with his eyes firmly closed. She doesn't know and leads me to a trap? Maybe. It's possible. Do I want to play liar's dice with this dude again? Let's just ignore him. You ignore him and keep moving. Your guide is already a few steps ahead. This is the city port of traps. Like, that's pretty explicit. You follow the woman down a road between large houses until it enters a wide square. Odd-looking creatures mill about, going about their business. Several are clustered in a crowd around a monument of some kind. See that? Mish says, pointing. That's one of the great treasures of Kare. If you step inside, you're granted a vision of the whole city from above, so you can see where you need to go. She's lying to me. On the other side of the square, the main road continues on through a low arch. 1,000 other alleyways lead off in all directions into Upper Carre. Is she talking about the monument? I think she's talking about the monument. Tell me more about the monument, you ask of your guide. The woman shrugs.
You should look for yourself.
Let's keep moving. You gesture for your guide to lead the way.
Through here,
She says, waving towards the arch at the far side of the square. Are you sure? You ask, surprised by the direction. The woman smiles.
Of course I'm sure. Do you want to find the scholar or don't you?
I don't trust you, you reply.
Well, I can't really guide you if you don't, can I? So if you won't follow me, I'll be going.
Suspicious. Can I cast sus here? I guess not. Alright, go with her. Alright. But I hope I'm not making a mistake. She shakes her head.
Have no fear. Come on.
You follow your guide through the archway. I think we're not even in the red district anymore. You follow Mish through the narrow buildings until you reach a fork. To the left, the road continues towards some kind of bustling market, while to the right it leads down a shorter street. In the center of the fork is a great bronze statue with some kind of pot at its feet.
Oh my,
Mish breathes.
look how much gold there is.
She's off her rocker. She steps towards the statue. Oh. The statue is of a giant brute wielding a club, and at its feet is a large pot filled with gold pieces. Huh. This must be one of Kare's many gods, with the pot intended for worshippers making offerings, although none of the passing creatures seem to be throwing any in. Mish's eyes have turned to saucer plates at the sight of the money. What is the statue? You ask your guide.
I've no idea, she replies nervously. I've never seen it before. I don't know anything about it.
What are the odds that it's a trap? Pretty high, I think. As much as I would like to see her suffer misfortune, I'm just going to ask her to lead on. Let's go, you say, waving to Mish to start walking.
Of course,
She says, but you can see she's looking at the pot of gold. She begins to head down the road to the right.
this way to this man Lorag.
You follow her, but then at the last possible moment, she dives to one side and grabs an armful of gold from the bowl by the statue's foot. Oh, jeez.
That'll teach those moneylenders not to pay out,
She cries, stuffing nearly 20 gold pieces into her pocket. From somewhere behind her, there is a noise like thunder of something moving into life.
Quickly, put the money back,
You cry out.
It's a trap!
Oh. That's the kind of trap it is. She stares at you like you're mad, then laughs.
Of course it's a trap, she cries. Why do you think I led you here?
Yeah, remarkably untrustworthy, this girl. With that, she sticks a single gold piece into your money pouch.
The statue comes for the last person to thieve, she breathes. Good luck, you'll need it.
She races away, but turns in the mouth of the alleyway to shout something. I think we don't do this. At least she told me where the guy's house is. This way. So, skip all of that. Ignore her. She's not useful. Ignore him. I guess he did give me information about the mausoleum, but I'm okay with not getting that information right now. Sudden and inevitable betrayal, right? So if we look at stuff here, we can actually still talk to the herbalist, right? And grab his stuff. Let's grab his stuff. What are you selling? What does it do? Don't smell it. Give me something else, you tell him. You owe me. Give me your most expensive item. That would be the mustic, he replies cheerfully. The herbalist hands over the pot of ointment, wafting it close to your nose. You notice a delicate fragrance as you place it into your pack. Wow. That's actually pretty impressive. That's a... Alright. Alright. Yeah, it worked. It worked. Good job. Good job. We'll try that again. Fantastic. Good job, herbalist. Good job. I'm still going to try and steal his bark thing, though. Okay. Mustic. What does it do? Don't smell it. Give me something else. You owe me. What else do you have? I don't want that. Show me something else. I'll take the essence of bark. Sure. Well... Cool. We got bark essence instead. Oh, that's fine. Let's leave the square. So now we have bark essence. Is it a magical item? It's not on my list of magical items. Nor is it in my treasure. Essence of bark. It's an other item. Alright. So we think the house is here. You turn down a side alley, past large houses on either side. On the right, you can just make out the roof of a mansion from which a tattered flag is flying. This is the place. The pennant is blue and gold and bears a crest depicting stars shining above an open book. When the wind catches the flag and lifts it, you can briefly make out a letter in black along the near edge. An L, perhaps? Intrigued, you continue up the valley towards the flag. Okay. So before we continue up the valley towards the flag, I am going to take a quick break. It is 11. We don't have that much longer in the stream, but I think I want to finish this tonight, regardless of how late it goes. So, I'm going to leave you folks with some music while I go refill my water, since I have been without water for a while now. And then when I get back, we will go talk to Lorag and see if we can figure anything out from him. Alright, thanks for hanging out, folks. Hope you're having a good time. I will be back momentarily. Alright, I am back. Thank you folks for your patience. Several of my housemates are now playing Hades, so I got roped into a conversation, had to commiserate about a run that was going poorly. But I am back, ready to keep this going, so let's keep this going. I'm gonna pause the music and unmute the game, and here we go! Alright, so now we're gonna go harass Lorag. Alright, Lorag, what has it got in its pockets? The road turns and heads roughly southeast once more, but you have been spotted. A group of young orclings are scurrying towards you. Aren't orcs the Sven? So if this is the Sven district, then I don't think I want to wait for them to talk to me. Then the undead dude should be out here somewhere because this is where they carted him to, right? I can always reset. All right, what is your deal, kids? Gotta get some sleep. Alright, have a good night, Mark Magus. You stop and wait for them to reach. Hello, they pipe. 1 gold piece for our bellies? One demonstrates, pointing into an open gob which lacks teeth and, you notice, also lacks a tongue. Their hands poke at you and push outwards, hoping for a donation. I wonder what I can cast here. What are my options for casting a spell? I can probably Foff. I can, in fact, Foff. There's like a specific spell for keeping people out, right? That's different from Force Field? Is it sus time? Can I sus? I cannot sus. The stars are not aligned for sus. I was thinking about Wall. Wall and Foff are both 3 stamina. And good at keeping people out. I can cast Gob? Summon a goblin. Do I want to summon a goblin? I don't think I want to summon a goblin. What might I cast here? I still can't cast God. Oh, can I dud them? I think I can dud them. The illusion of treasure. Wait, can I kin them? No. We have G's, T's, D's, S's, and F's. Oh, that's a lot of variety, actually. It sucks. I don't think that's real. I could 6. I don't know that I want to, but I could. What else can I do? All right, let's go in order. We have D's, so we could dope, doze, or dud. What are my vowels? I, U, E, O. Everything except A. And then we have D, L, B, X, F. Wow. D, L, B, X, F. Okay. So far it's dud. D, L, B, X, F. God is lowercase g, so we couldn't cast that here either. But we could cast Gob. Weirdly. We can Foff. We could Fog? We could Fog. Do I want to Fog? Is that helpful? I don't even know what's going on here. What if I ignore them? Lift the bag over my... Okay. You gently move the Orchlings aside so you can continue along the path, but the little creatures are crowding in close, their hands mauling at your backpack. Either they are playing, or they are trying to steal from you. You raise the bag above your head, and out of the reach of the grasping Orchlings. The little pests hang back a little, giggling and shoving each other. I haven't lost anything yet. I'll just leave. You bow to the little creatures and take your leave of them. They smile and snigger and wave as you go. It seems you have quite charmed them. Oh, good. So weird. What a weird encounter. You continue up the road, leaving the chattering orclings behind. I wonder if there's anything I could do with them. I kind of want to throw him a gold piece and see what happens. We're backing up. We're backing up. Throw a gold piece away. You toss a gold piece way down the street. The orclings fall about themselves immediately, squabbling over it. Try to talk to them? You catch one of the orclings by the arm. Now I get something from you. The orcling gulps. Which do I go for the north gate? The orcling looks at you very seriously.
I'll tell you, he says, for 1 gold piece.
I'm sure you'd say anything for a gold piece. The orcling shrugs and starts sucking at his thumbnail, eating the dirt underneath. What a life! The orclings squabble and shove one another aside. Alright, we're out of here. I'm not going to throw them another one. We can just leave. You continue up the road, leaving the chattering orclings behind. After a short distance, you come across a large building made of stones and mortar. It stands alone inside its own patch of grounds, and unusually, it seems to be in a state of good repair. A large L is carved on one gatepost. For Lorag, perhaps? The main road continues straight past the house. Well then. You enter the gate and follow the path to the front of the house between tall, well-tended trees. The place seems quite lived in. Creep around the side. No. I think we can be forthright in our intentions here. I think that's fine. If it's not, we can always go back. The door to the house is solid oak wood, decorated with elaborate carvings of vines and trees and serpents. We probably can't be forthright, but we're going to try it anyway. In the middle is a great brass knocker. You tap 3 times. After a short wait, an elderly man in a gown opens the door, with a strange, spiky lizard creature winding around his legs. Yes, he demands. And who are you? You look a trustworthy sort. Well, there's a lot of directions I can go with this. I don't really feel like lying. I'm a sorcerer, like you. Well, he admits, sorcerers are not known for their social graces, certainly. He pats the lizard at his feet, clearly relaxing in your company somewhat. Please, I need your help. You certainly look like a drowning dog, he remarks coolly. He sighs. It seems you have placated him. I'm sorry to be rude, he says. In this city you have to be careful. For every savior you meet, there's a Vangorn waiting to slit your throat wide open. Please, will you come in? Thank you. The old man gestures for his spiny lizard pet to retreat. Step aside, Aretius, and let the stranger in. Okay. Seems like it's working out so far. You step inside his house. The walls are decorated with ornate hangings, and on the walls are numerous curious artifacts. The man turns to you. Before you enter further, please, hand me your weapon. Well, he has extended some trust to us, so I guess we can extend him some trust as well. The man accepts your sword and places it on a table by the door. Come in, then, he says, putting out his hand. My name is Lorag the Elder, and I am a scholar and a sage. He gestures you further into the house. This way, please. Follow Lorag, I guess. You follow him into his study, an elegant room, lined floor to ceiling with books. You glance around at the shelves, lined with hundreds of volumes, on magic, maps, learning weaponry, falconry, carpentry, and every other subject you can imagine. The only gap in the shelving is for a painting of a young man. Lorag himself, perhaps, though it does not look like him. The tag below reads, Krishanti. The scholar's pet is winding around his leg. He ruffles its spines absently. There, Aretius, he murmurs. There's a good beast. Yeah, let's make some small talk. You point at the painting. Who is that? Lorag scowls at you. Have you come to make conversation, or have you come with a true purpose? The old man seems to have a thought, and goes over to a cupboard, taking out 2 glasses.
Some wine while we talk?
Okay, sure, fine. You nod your head and he pours you a glass. It is rich, delicately flavored, and warms you to your guts. I'm told you can help me open the north gate. He looks at you seriously.
You are on a mission, I see that. Is your mission to destroy Kare, or to save it?
Listen, dude, I don't really want to get caught up in your struggles. I'm only passing through. I'm just passing through, you reply.
To the Backlands? No one travels to the Backlands without a reason. So you must be strong and intelligent if your story is true. Let me see.
And he goes over to his bookshelf, returning with a paper folder.
You know, of course, how magic comes to be in this world.
Of course? No? I don't think I do, no.
Magic comes from the stars. The stars above create the power and the force that sorcerers channel for their work. And so the powers that are available are determined by the stars, not by the form of the spells themselves.
Right, of course, yes, go on.
I am a humble scholar, but the question I have set my life to answering is this. Are there other ways for magic to be wrought?
You mean other kinds of magic?
No, not other kinds, only other forms. Here, I will show you.
He opens the folder and spreads out several sheets of rough paper across his desk. They contain a pattern of strange symbols, grouped in threes.
These were discovered, painted on the walls of the Daddy Lay caves, he explains. I have paid handsomely to have them smuggled to me. Even the first noble of Kare does not know I have them, and if he did, his rage would be terrible. Do you know what they are?
I've seen them, I do know. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I'm lying.
Oh, yes?
He looks at you with interest.
What are they?
Gotta be constellations.
Of a kind, but not quite.
He laughs.
They are spells, but not spells as we would have them. These were painted by cave people before the Dark Ages, over 3,000 years before Kalana discovered the crown. They perform the same magic because the stars have not changed, but as you can see, the spells themselves are different. See this one.
And he draws out a sheet of paper on which is drawn the following symbols. That looks like an upside down L. That's like a broken I. And that's a W. Can I guess its effect? I mean, if it's L-I-W, I don't know. If it's L-I-M, that I also don't know. If this is like an L and a broken A and a W, I can guess. Let me try guessing. Let me try guessing as if this is law. Law is control unintelligent animals. That's kind of like telepathy, right? It's not any of those, I guess. So maybe this is something else? I can guess its effect.
Go on, he replies with interest.
Do I actually think I know what these symbols mean? Is MIL a thing? MIL is not a thing. I thought about that, but no. MIL is not a thing. Alright, spells of protection. Ah, but WAL is a spell of protection. Despite law not being a spell of protection. Healing spells, I think the only healing spell is drink, which is Dock. Dock is the only healing spell. So I don't think this is that. Telepathy would be tell, but I don't think this is tell either. Unless it's like one of the speak a language spells, like rap or yap, but that seems unlikely. I'm gonna guess protection. I guess conversing is not telepathy. Okay. I mean, if it is law, control unintelligent animals, maybe that's telepathy? Confusion would be like dumb or dim, but I don't think it's that either. The question is, do I think it's like wall or do I think it's like law? I mean, if I think it's like law, that's probably telepathy. It is a spell of telepathy. He shakes his head. Based on the images found with this spell, I believe it is a spell of confusion. Oh, it's dim. Okay. One that will muddle and befuddle any creature over whom it is cast. We know a similar magic now, but of course the incantation has changed. I believe I know it. Is that so? He laughs. And please do not cast it on me. I am quite muddled and befuddled already. He moves the paper aside and brings out another, on which is painted other symbols. Kind of backwards, compared to like symbols I recognize. So this is dim, right? Which is lowercase d, capital I, lowercase m. This doesn't share anything with the other ones. So it's not any of those things, right? Spell of Protection is still probably Wall or Foff. It's not Foff, but it could be Wall. Could this be Doc? Maybe? Could this be Tell? Maybe? It's not a Spell of Confusion. We've already figured that out, because that's Dim. That's the Spell of Confusion. So it could be almost any of these, right? If these stand for other things, we just don't know what they are. If this is Dim... Interesting. Isn't this like a delta? This is a lowercase delta, right? But these aren't Greek letters. These are just symbols. What do you make of this one? It could be any of them. It could actually be any of them. It's not a spell of confusion. But it could be any of the other three. Because we haven't figured out an appropriate mapping yet. Let's go with protection. No, that is not correct. Such spells existed, of course. But this is not one of them. Healing? Probably healing. I like mind reading is Tell, but that requires a cloth skull cap, and I don't know that they had that either. Wow! Okay, we're resetting this. Apparently I was just very, very wrong on all of it. Maybe this time I won't try to guess things, and I'll just listen to him. What's up with the different symbols? Apparently they are prehistoric spellcasts. So let's accept the glass and then move into the thing I wanted. I am only passing through. I am not subject to your politics. You know how magic came to be in this world. Of course. Stars. He nods. Good. Then you will understand what I will show you now. He opens the folder and spreads out several sheets of rough paper across his desk. They contain a pattern of strange symbols grouped in threes. Do you know what they are? Tell me. He grins excitedly. They are spells. Okay. Well, I mean, he told us, but let's just listen to him. Let's let him tell us the story. What does it do? We will never be completely sure, he replies. But based on the images found with this spell, I believe it is a spell of confusion, one that will muddle and befuddle any creature over whom it is cast. I believe I know it. What do you make of this one? Well, we know that it's not protection and healing, based off of the guesses that we've made before. So let's try mind reading. Wait, take the paper out for him? Give me a break. Okay. So this is Tell. T-E-L. That's the only mind reading spell we have, I think. I'm pretty sure that's the only mind reading spell. Okay, so we know that this is lowercase d, capital I, lowercase m. This is capital T, E, capital L. He lays a sheet out on the desk. This spell was found inside one of the deepest caves, a place so old and ancient it had never been revisited since the time when these people set their home fires all across the Shamutanti Hills. The painting beside it indicated that this was their most powerful, most terrible magic. But as you see, the spell is partly lost. You understand his meaning. On the page are drawn 2 symbols, not 3. So this is Z, which means the last symbol has to be this, the lowercase delta. A rockfall destroyed part of this picture. Sorry. A rockfall destroyed part of this picture, but dearly, I wish to know, what was the last character? I believe I know. Donk. He nods, never taking his eyes from your face. He hands you a fresh sheet of paper and a quill. Draw it for me, he says. Holding the brush with arm outstretched as you were taught, you draw the symbol delta. The scholar considers for a long time, breathing through his thick beard. Then he nods deeply. Yes, I do believe you have it. He looks up. Do you know the spell? I know of it. I see you are truly a great sorcerer. The spell is one I have only heard rumor of. I have never seen the constellation that lies behind the magic. But this will help me in my search. Yes, I think it will help a great deal. He files away his pages, taking the one with your drawing on with particular care. Now I may aid you in return. You wish to learn the spell for the North Gate? I don't mind giving you my line, although it is my secret to keep. Here it is. Tumblers 2, sealed deep inside. Alright, so that now we have 2 full lines. Reversed uppercase gamma? Maybe. I bid you portals open wide, and Lorag's is tumblers 2 sealed deep inside. So Lorag's line is 3rd, and Mulas's line is 4th. Because... where is... hold on, I screwed it up. The one ending with deep inside is 3rd, which is Lorag's. So we're missing something something Kurga's Grace something, and then one lock something something something. That is the information we have for this spell. Thank you. He nods. Please, before you go, follow me. He gestures across the room to a bookshelf lined with artifacts. Well, okay. He says follow him, I'll follow him. Ooh, it's Green Wig! I definitely want it. You follow him across the room. He opens a drawer in a tall cabinet and pulls out something that looks like a shock of green fur. Put this on for me, if you would, he says. I wish to try an experiment. Okay. You take the fur and find it is, in fact, a green wig. Now, Lorag says, put it on. He's pulling something from his own pocket as he speaks, what looks like a skull cap made of white cloth. Huh. So he's going to try and tell me while I am rapping with animals? Or yapping with animals? You pull the wig over your head, feeling quite ridiculous. Lorag smiles and puts the white skull cap on his own head. Then he begins to cast a strange-sounding spell, speaking in syllables that sound more like Goblin than the ancient tongue of magic. So I couldn't... I wonder if I can cast Mag, actually. Can I defend myself here? I could totally defend myself from magic. Alright, I'm going to wait and watch, because I think I trust him, but... I am aware that at any point I could just not allow him to do it. You wait and watch. Slowly and carefully, Lorag completes his spell. You feel his thoughts reaching out and entering your mind. projecting strange ideas and curious images. Somehow, the wig is letting him talk to you, but not in a human tongue, but one of the many other tongues of Kakhabad. Suddenly, you drop to your knees. You lift one hand, then proceed to scratch your elbow. Lorag laughs and claps his hands in delight. "Superb," he remarks. "Simply marvelous."
Excuse me? Whoa, what did he do to me?
You bark twice in reply, turn around, and then sit at Lorag's feet. He's turned me into a dog? Quite incredible, you hear him remark. And then he says something further in the common tongue, but for some reason you can't understand it. In fact, you see nothing but his eyes. They fill your gaze. He has produced a stick. You open your mouth and take the stick between your teeth. Lorag beams, claps his hands, and makes a gesture that causes you to stand. You follow him out of the door. You have become a sorcerer's pet. Alright, we'll rewind that one. Let's not die. What kind of experiment? Oh, it is quite harmless, Lorag says. Just a little thing I found in my calculations. I suspect it will not work. Okay. Now I'm going to defend myself. Zed is not available. So let's just mag. Keep the wig. Oh, fantastic. Alright. You cast the spell and feel a veil of magical protection drift down over you. Slowly and carefully, Lorag completes his spell, but it seems to have no effect. You see him try to alter the shape of the magic, twisting it this way and that, but nothing works. It seems your protection spell has foxed him. After a few minutes, he removes the skullcap and nods. Thank you. It would seem my calculations were in error after all. He smiles weakly. And please, keep the wig. In this city, he says, sometimes the creatures know more than the menfolk. This may be of use to you. I could have used this to talk to the rat. I could have used it. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. I think I killed the rat, though. I think in this run, the rat is already dead. This is fascinating, though. So this is how you get the green wig. That's cool. And I'm pretty sure the rat was, in fact, Saurus, the first noble. Because of a variety of things, a variety of pieces of information that have mostly come together. So being able to talk to him might have been my way out of here. Whoa there, whoa there. Green wig to be a component for spellcasting? You have to wear it. If you're not wearing the wig, the spellcast doesn't work. Yes, it is ridiculous. The road continues on between dense houses on either side, when suddenly you begin to smell a sharp, acrid smell. Burning. Looking up ahead, you see a column of smoke. Is the district on fire? Do I just cast a spell? Can we be sus here? We can probably be sus. When in doubt, sus yourself. You cast the spell, and a calm voice enters your mind, telling you not to fear. There is no danger up ahead. You reassured, and the spell fades. Okay, whoops, wrong button. But that's okay. You turn aside from the road, taking one of the winding side alleys, eventually emerging within sight of the square. Oh yeah, let's talk to the fruit vendor. Your stomach rumbles at the sight of fresh fruit. You walk over to the fruit seller. Morning, he declares morosely. His eyes, like everyone else's, are closed.
I'd say it was a beautiful day, but it isn't. Would you like to buy something?
He waves a hand across an eclectic tray of fruit, all of it rotten, except for one glistening bomba fruit. How much for the bomba, you ask?
4 gold pieces, the vendor replies. They're good for you, you know.
Is it worth it to buy for a ration? Bomba fruit are very good, but they are also heavy to carry and clearly expensive to import. You put the fruit back. You pick through the fruit, eventually finding an apple, which is not too disgusting.
2 gold pieces, the fruit vendor says. You'll say it's too much, of course, and you'd be right, but I can't charge you less.
I have no idea where his voice is going. It is all over the place, and I can't seem to stop it. 2 gold pieces for... Alright, sure, I'll buy an apple. You buy it as much out of pity as anything else. You are hungry. It looks appealing. Let's stash it. You put the apple in your pack. I'm new to this part of the city, you say. I need directions. The fruit vendor nods, eyes still closed. What are you looking to find? Not meaning, I hope. I could ask for Theta, or I could try and find an undead creature. Let's say Theta. I'm looking for a man called Theta.
Theta? The man seems to think for a bit, then shrugs. There's a beggar called Theta out in the wasteland.
He points off to an alley that leads away between the buildings.
Blind as a rock, I think.
He pauses to rearrange his fruit, accidentally sticking his thumb through a moldy plum as he does so. I need to find an undead creature.
Try the city graveyard, he replies. No one goes there. It's definitely haunted. Follow the main road past the statue and through the market.
I need to find the spell lines for the north gate, you tell him. The vendor laughs.
Ha ha ha, so that's what you're about. Well, you're going to get your head cut off, going around saying that to people.
Where do you get your fruit?
From another fruit seller, he answers sadly.
That's why it's all rotten. I have not been to the halls of Vlada. I hope they have good board games there. You have nothing else to say. You bid farewell to the fruit seller and head away from the stall back into the center of the square. My clues apparently have been updated. Lord Theta is in the ruins, blind and begging in the ruins of the Fallen Quarter. And where is the graveyard? That's here, the necropolis? Alright, so down into the Fallen Quarter, I guess. You return to the middle of the square. From around the monument, you hear a sudden gasp. Something has happened? You approach the crowd around the monument, which is so thick it is hard to see inside. Be careful! I'll apologize this time, it's fine. What is this monument? You ask one of the creatures. Can't you tell? The creature replies. Were you born yesterday? It's obviously a portal. Okay, so nothing has happened. Alright, step away. You can make no sense of it. You cast another look at the monument and the crowd around it, but nothing seems to have changed. The creatures are still waiting for something. Alright, let's go. So... I think we're going down to the Fallen Quarter? I think that's the plan? Excuse me. You choose a random alleyway on the right-hand side of the square and slip into the shadow between the tall buildings. The houses either side are well built and well defended. There are iron railings on the windows. Some even have arrow slits and portcullises. One householder has dug a moat across his front door. Outside one building, a tall man stands with a grappling hook. Really? What do you do with a grappling hook? Ah, I see. You hang back and watch as he swings his grappling hook twice, aiming for one of the windows on the floor above. The hook misses and clatters to the street below, and the man curses before gathering up the rope for another try. You stride over the man as he swings his hook once more. Are you a thief? The man all but jumps out of his skin as he whips around to see you. Are you from the guard? He demands. Whoops. Answer the question, you reply coolly. Listen, if I were a thief, the man declares, with great irritation. Do you not suppose I would be better at getting this accursed thing to land on the sill? To demonstrate his point, he swings again with considerable effort, and once more misses, ducking to one side to avoid the hook as it falls. The man gathers the rope for another swing. So if you're not a thief, you continue, what are you doing? I've been locked out, he answers. This is my home, and I've lost my key. But I've got a terrible throw, as you can probably see. The man throws again, and misses again. Where did you get the grappling hook? You ask, still suspicious. Would you believe it? I found it, he replies with a sigh. Near an old well in the wasteland. I was wandering about there, feeling sorry for myself, and I chanced to cross it. Okay, this actually seems like it would be very useful to have his grappling hook. So I'm gonna help him with the grapple. On the off chance that I can get the grappling hook from him afterwards. And that it's not a trap for me, like, just weirdly, maliciously getting people to help him so that he can paint them as thieves. Run off! No, no, no. I'll help him in good faith. Let me try that, you declare. Thank you, stranger. Much appreciated, I'm sure. You toss the hook up to the window and it catches. Excellent, the man exclaims. Thank you. He tugs the rope, tugs twice, and begins to climb. At the window ledge, he pauses and calls to someone inside. Esme! Esme! Just put the knife down, Esme! With that, he clambers over the windowsill and into the house. I now see why he is locked out. Well, that didn't work out very well. You grab hold of the rope and whip it, trying to free the hook from the sill. In doing so, you place yourself directly under the window, so that when, a moment later, the man comes tumbling out of it, he lands directly on top of you. He picks himself up and shakes himself down. Never marry an elven, he mutters to you. Nice eyes, very unforgiving. He hobbles away as whoever lives in the house pulls up the grapple in line and slams the shutters. I'm going to re-roll that last decision. Alright, so we're going to approach him. Help him. Swing and throw. And now wait and watch. Nope, still pulls up the grapple in line. Do I want to run away with it? Am I that much of a jerk? How badly do I think I want a grappling hook? Potentially quite badly, actually. Yeah, I'm just going to steal his grappling hook. Approach him. Help him with a grapple. Run off with a grapple. You pause for 2 moments, then turn and race away down the street with a grapple. Unfortunately, the rope is trailing out behind you as you go, and it's easy for the man to grab the rope and pull, bringing you onto your back. He comes to stand over you, pulling a short dagger. I should have known better than to trust a stranger in Kare, he says. He sighs. Alright, you win. This is a great conversation. The man stares at you, then bursts out laughing. You're mad or bold, but either way, he says, pulling you to your feet, you're good value. Then he returns with his hook to the window ledge. The man gathers the rope for another swing. He is clearly tiring. Are you a thief? Are you from the guard? No. Just a passerby. Then you should mind your own business. This is interesting that he, it's treating this as if this is my first line, when I have already gone through all of this stuff before. Clearly quite cross about something. Let me try again, you suggest to the man. He looks at you and scoffs. No, he replies, simply enough. Alright, well, it is clearly of no importance, whatever he is about. That's accurate, that's accurate. Okay, well, we'll keep on going, and unfortunately, no grappling hook for us. The street is falling into disrepair around you. I mean, I probably could have gone back and re-rolled in and tried a couple of other things, but it's like, I'll just let him have it at this point. It's fine. Something has blighted this region of the city. Even the trees in the gardens behind the mansions have turned black where they stand. The only greenery is the moss on the stone walls. There are no rats scurrying underfoot, and only spiders roost in the rooftops. You pass a particularly grand house, its doors locked with a heavy iron chain. There is a metal S bolted beneath one gable. Perhaps it is an owner's mark. Perhaps it's there to stop the wall falling out into the street. There is a ringing noise from down the alley. A hooded creature with a bell around his neck is approaching in shuffling steps. Can I dop? I do believe I can, in fact, dop. Wow, these are a lot of options. Capital D and lowercase d? All of the options. Can I dock? I can. Fascinating. A long black robe conceals what manner of creature it is, but it walks slowly as though in great pain. Around its neck is a bell, ringing with every heavy step. Can I bop? I don't think so. Bop it. Flick it. Twist it. I don't think I can cast twist either. Disappointing. I kind of want to try casting dock here, since this creature seems weirdly in trouble. What if I open the door to the house? The door to the house is locked with a heavy padlocked chain. You try to pry it with the tip of your sword, but achieve nothing. As the hooded creature passes, you can smell its terrible disease. You step back, not wanting to brush the cloth as the creature passes. Okay, we're definitely healing the creature. And then we can worry about opening the door. You cast the spell over your potion, creating a strong healing medicine. The effect will last as long as the magic does, but when the magic fades, the potion will evaporate away. Well, that's not helpful. Rewinding. I thought I'd be able to give him the potion. All right, let's cast D open then. Dock it. It didn't work. We're gonna dop it instead. You slip through the wide doors into the old and empty house, escaping from the shuffling creature. Actually, I didn't think about this. I might have been able to rap with him. We do have the wig. You push open the doors and step inside the dark house. It is a mansion on a grand scale. There are at least 3 floors, and 2 great doors leading off to wings on either side of the entrance hall. From the back of the house comes a voice. "The Lord is not at home." I know. Oh, this is Lord Shinva. Ah, this is the other S. This isn't the one I thought it was going to be. Okay. The figure shambles forward, resolving itself out of the darkness into a tall ogre wearing the livery of a manservant. His eyes are tightly closed. "Lord Shinva is not at home," he intones once more. "Please leave." Where is he? I need to find him. "Lord Shinva is dead," the creature replies. "He will not be returning for some time." I need to know his spell line for the North Gate. The creature nods. "I believe the Lord knows such a line, but he is mostly dead, and I do not know it." Mostly? "Indeed," the creature nods. "But I hold out very little hope. My service will continue regardless, of course." As he speaks, you notice a flash of metal from his neck, some kind of collar, made of a strange dull-colored metal. Then the collar is covered up by his shirt. "I must now ask you to step outside," he declares, gesturing at the door. "But where can I find him?" "Try the necropolis. the creature replies.
But my lord does not take kindly to visitors without an appointment.
He nods to the door once more. You leave the house and return to the street. A narrow alley opens up to your left, slipping between the buildings. So the alley... Oh, this is interesting. But we need to go down to the Fallen Quarter anyway. So let's keep going down into the Fallen Quarter. What's with the heartbeats? The buildings are thinning out. Through a gap between roofs, you can make out a tall, crooked steeple some way away, like a finger pointing up towards the heavens. A dark shape sits at its very tip. As you watch, the shape seems to grow wide, then flatten once more, as though it had opened and closed. A bird, perhaps? Or simply a flag draping downwards in the still air? Fascinating. You emerge from the alley into a wide area of wasteland. Once this was a busy city district, but now it looks as though a hurricane has leveled it. Nothing stands higher than head height. A few staircases lead to nowhere, and in some places a door still stands. Plants grow from every crevice and crack as though someone had poured green paint over the whole scene. Things are constantly moving and shuffling between the leaves. Perhaps somewhere here you will find Theta, the beggar who used to be a noble. The road, such as it is quickly smothered by piles of wreckage. There are lots of other ways to pick your way through. One possible route leads up and over the side of a broken-down house. Another passes by what might have once been a mill. You would have to climb over the mill wheel to continue this way. The house has been sliced like a many-layered cake, showing the floors that were once inside. Opened rooms have been stripped of their color by the wind and light, and of their possessions by a decade or more of scavengers, but there are still hints that this place was once a family home. The hooks in the ceiling above the hearth, the marks notched on a ground floor pillar that suggest the height of growing children. Who would build a mill out here, so far from the river? Still, there is a gigantic mill wheel, lying on its side in the path. Despite the state that the building next to it is in, the wheel itself seems perfectly intact, and has not even lost its perfect circular shape. Oh. Oh. Well then. Let's not climb on the mill wheel. You clamber up the fallen rubble to the roof of the broken building. From here, you get a clear view across the rest of the wasteland. It stretches for a mile or two. It will take about an hour to cross on foot. And at its far side, a tall iron fence thick with ivy slices across the land, perhaps to keep the people of the wasteland out, or to keep whatever is beyond the fence in. In the distance, you see dark shapes moving across the sky. You make your way down the far side of the building and back onto the path beyond, which soon forks. I don't really want to go this way yet. Oh, I guess the way into the necropolis is over here. No, let's go the other way first. You follow the path to the right between broken foundations and cracked streets. On one side, a roof sticks half out of a sand dune. On the other, a front door lies flat on the ground as though leading to a hidden cellar. Then the path comes to a building that, amidst all this destruction, is still standing. Its door is closed, and its stone walls seem completely intact. Okay. You try the door and find that it falls open at the slightest touch. Let's check it out. The house consists of a single room with a large table and a large chair, and in the far corner, a sealed box. Everything seems in good repair. The wood looks waxed and polished, and the hinges on the box are free of rust. Investigate a little bit. From the doorway, you stop and look around, and that's when you notice the foot sticking out from under the table. Really. You go over to look at the foot. It is clawed and a dull shade of gray-green. It is about the size of your head, and sticks out from under the low table. This house feels dead. Even the air inside seems not to move. Reaching forward with your sword, you cautiously prod one toe of the foot. Nothing happens. Poke it again! Feeling more confident now, you prod it once more. Still nothing. It seems like this creature is either very asleep or very dead. I can't even cast spells! If I could cast spells, I would totally bop it. Alright, well, let's go for the box and see if it kills me. No longer concerned about the creature, you head over to the box and lift the lid. Inside are a series of small, round stones, carefully carved. Really? You pick out one of the stones at random and lift it from the box. It isn't heavy, but it is exquisitely smooth. Not quite round, with a dimple at the top and a deeper pit near the top. In fact, you realize as you turn it over in your hand, it is carved in the shape of an apple. Looking in the box, you see other carved foodstuffs. Apples, bread, rolls of goat cheese, a ham. Each has been almost perfectly chiseled into shape. Really? Okay. So this was all real, and turned into stone. That's what's happened here. You search through the box, hoping to find something to explain the purpose of the collection, but you discover nothing more. Turning away, your eyes fall on the other side of the table, where the head of the creature lies. The face is clearly stone. The eyes are stone. The open mouth is stone. It is a statue of a sphin, or else it once was a sphin. In its hands, you see it holds a stone shovel. You peer at the shovel. It has a wide blade, good for heavy digging. This creature was a gardener, perhaps, or a farmer. Or, more likely, given his lonely outpost near the necropolis, the city gravedigger. But now he is solid stone. Such things are not impossible. Perhaps you buried a wizard's lover. A day too soon, perhaps. You step back outside into the dying sunlight. Fascinating. You make your way between blasted walls and weed-encrusted rubble. There is constant movement in the corner of your eyes. Rats scurrying to hide under stones and in the cracks. The path turns around a large stone fountain, which is toppled over on one side, revealing an empty well shaft leading down into the earth. Didn't even get the shovel. I know, right? I know. The fountain is carved to resemble a gigantic serpent, leaning up from the base of the pedestal, with its jaws open to devour a marble sun. Openings in the stone suggest that when the fountain was working, water ran between its scales and down into the base, as though the serpent was being pushed down by a rainstorm. Drop a coin into the well? Wishing to the gorilla for good fortune, you toss a coin down the well. It plunges into darkness, then with a thunk, it hits something, barely a foot or two down. By the sound, it made a wooden board? Okay, tell me more. You peer over the edge of the well and look down into the darkness below. There seems to be some kind of wooden ledge built half across the shaft. A short way down, your gold piece is sitting on the ledge. Beyond the ledge, the well continues into darkness. I want the gold piece back. Okay. Well, I'm definitely taking the coin. You pocket the coin. Perhaps it has brought you luck, enabling you to find this place. Or perhaps not. Distant noises echo up the well shaft. So, I got teleported to here by walking into that one portal, right? So, this looks like it connects into the necropolis? I kind of think I don't want to be here. If I do want to be here, I'm better off going through the portal. You peer over the edge of the platform, but the rest of the well disappears into darkness. Let's just climb back out. You've got your gold back. There's no reason to risk your neck. You quickly haul yourself up from the well. Unless we think, like, the, Theta is down in the well somewhere? I mean, I guess he might be. You blink in the sudden sunlight. It's approaching late afternoon. You follow the path around the edge of the wasteland. Well, yeah, I sure do. After a while, another path joins this one. Looking back along it, you see a toppled steeple. A track climbs the rise at your back towards a low hovel. This is the far edge of the wasteland. Ahead, you make out a line of tall, dark trees. I like this idea. This seems like a place that there might be stuff. You climb the rise towards the hovel. It is merely a tent, pitched in a clearing, guy ropes held down by rubble. You stand and hold your breath, but you hear nothing from inside. Perhaps it is unoccupied. Certainly it can't contain much. You step into the shade of the tiny hovel, and your eyes widen. The room inside is lined, floor to ceiling, with trinkets, knickknacks, bric-a-brac, and other miscellaneous stuff. Alright, good night, meditator. Some is piled up on the shelves, some hangs from the ceiling, even more leans against the walls. There are weapons, pottery, jewelry, domestic objects, magical items, and so on. It is past midnight, and I'm not as close as I thought I was going to be. Sitting cross-legged on the floor in the midst of all this mess is a small bearded gnome who rubs his hands and greets you as you come in. Greetings, gnome. Greetings, the gnome answers enthusiastically. He pats the ground beside him. Let's see if we can do a little bartering. As you can probably tell, I've no interest in money. The gnome gestures around his little room. There is clearly a lot to choose from, but the items which stand out are a bamboo flute, a pot of beeswax, a bag of goblin's teeth, and a compass whose needle quivers in a direction which is close to, but not actually, north. What does a compass give me? Is a compass a component in any magical spell? No. Not that I can tell. You pick up the compass. It's not a normal compass, the gnome says. Instead, it'll point you to where it thinks you need to go. I'm afraid it has a mind of its own, and it isn't always correct. And it probably won't work in the countryside outside Kare either. So I'd understand if you don't want it. Well, the flute allows me to cast Jig, just in case we need to force things to dance, for my amusement or for other purposes. Point you to where it thinks you need to go. What do you want in trade for this? Sounds intriguing, you reply, not putting the compass down. Anything else? The gnome asks. I think that's enough. What did we just lose? All done, the gnome answers. Very good. You took one of mine, so I've taken one thing of yours. I'm very quick. You probably didn't notice me doing it. Good day. What did he take? I guess I'll probably notice, right? It wasn't any of these. It was not my sword. Essence of bark. Was there another thing that I had here? I don't think so. It wasn't my ration. It wasn't the key. It couldn't have been a clue. What did you take? The gnome looks surprised. Well, really? I have no idea. I'm a kleptomaniac, as should be fairly obvious. And what's more, I couldn't see into your pack when I was taking it, could I? But I'm very fair. I took exactly the right amount of things, so we're all square. You look around the crowded hovel, but you can see the gnome's point. In all the piles of things, you don't recognize any of your belongings. And it's hard to be sure quite what he took anyway. I mean, it's probably a fair trade. I just wish I knew what he took. Oh, he took the goblin's teeth. That's what he took. Yeah, alright. Fair trade. I'm okay with it. Very well. You are not pleased, but there is nothing for it. You head out of the hovel. You return back along the path to the junction. After a while, another path joins this one. Looking back along it, you see a toppled steeple. Far back ahead. Okay, check it. Glance down at the compass. The nettle is swinging between the iron fence and the path backwards to the wasteland towards the steeple. Let's check the fence. The path ends at a tall and ancient iron fence, overgrown with weeds. Through the dense leaves, you can make out a wide area beyond, dotted with stones, and small buildings, and straight, somber trees. It is a necropolis of mausoleums and tombs. No, we're still looking for the beggar! The only other way is back through the wasteland, but the hour is getting late, and you have wasted a lot of time crossing it. In the dark, you might fall and twist your ankle on the rough brick and uneven stone. But if there is no way through or over the fence, then you have no choice. Something, a rat perhaps, scurries through the fence and back into the wasteland. Oh, maybe I can yap at the rat. Let's yap. Can I yap? We can neither yap nor rap. Can I Zed? I cannot Zed. It's interesting. Zed is the only spell that uses a lowercase d in the third slot. So I suspect there is literally only one place that we can ever cast it. Lowercase p? That lets me cast zip, but I don't have the ring for it. Ah, we could zip through the fence. Okay. What is the other lowercase p? We could pop? Is this good here? Huh. You cast the spell over one of your pebbles and toss it at the gate. It explodes on impact, burning up a large portion of the ivy that grows on the railings, and revealing a foxhole leading under the fence. Oh, that's nice. You kneel down and wriggle your way into the foxhole. It is so narrow that you have to keep your arms out in front of you and drag your pack along behind. But thankfully it's short, coming up on the other side of the fence less than 2 strides away. You pull yourself up from a hole in the ground into a graveyard. Alright, I guess we're looking for the other guy instead. Sure. You're standing in the grounds of the necropolis, a city within the city, occupied by the headstones and mausoleums of the dead. Somewhere between the yews and cedars, you can make out the wide road that loops through the graveyard before turning uphill as it heads for the far gate. The wind whistles between the tall trees. The sun is setting behind the wall. Compass! We can look around the gravestones first. You step nervously off the path and walk between the nearest tombs. Some are ancient, headstones tilted to crazy angles, and some of them have fallen face down, as though the citizens of this graveyard have been drinking since they died. Others are fresh, neatly carved and clean of all moss and weeds. They sparkle in the moonlight, as though cleaned by maids and waiting for their occupants to arrive. We explore the newer ones, because it's the newest and shiniest tomb, right? We've been told that. There are several tombs here. Oh, alphabetical. Well then, where's S? Between O and T. There must have been a recent plague on the rich in the city. They are scattered around in roughly alphabetical groups. I'll see what the compass says. You pull out the compass and consult the needle. Cool. It told me the thing that I thought was correct. It spins around twice, then points at the tombs from Oxel to Tamarin. Something flitters past your face. A bat? Shinva's Mausoleum. You look from one headstone to the other. A few catch your eye, though you cannot immediately say why. I want to see what Priya's gravestone says. Oh, it's just a look. Okay. There is nothing special about it, except how new it seems to be. The stone is barely weathered at all, as if poor Priya might have only been buried last week. Let's just go to Shinva. You approach Shinva's mausoleum. Carved above its door is, "Here rests Lord Shinva, 5th noble of Kare." Your heart hammers. Is this the undead noble you were warned you would need to find? Oh. The door to Shinva's mausoleum seems to be unlocked and is a crack ajar, as though someone regularly came and went. Just in front of it is a ring of little mushrooms, growing up against the front step of the mausoleum. Is it perfectly round? It is, in fact, perfectly round. You crouch down to look at the mushrooms. They look highly poisonous, not least because you can't see a single insect crawling around or under any of them. Unusually, the ring itself is also perfectly circular in shape. In its center, something silver glints, a stake pushed into the soft soil. Nope, we're casting a spell. Are we casting Sus? What else can we cast? Mud. What can I do with bees? Big. Do we want to be big? Good does being big do? Hot. How? What are my vowels? A, E, I, O. Oh, literally every vowel is available. W, S, L, G. W, S, L, G. T, B, M, S, H. Lots of stuff. Can I dry? No. All spells will have a vowel in the middle. I could potentially try and make up a spell. I have made one up before. But it still requires there to be a vowel in the middle. We could hot. Oh, we can't hot, but we can how. I don't think I need to how. I can suss. I bet you I can suss. I can almost always suss. Very convenient suss. We can mag. Can we mud? We can just mag. Okay. We can tell? There's nobody around to tell. I don't like this. I mean, taking the silver stake is a mistake, obviously. I guess I can suss about it. Let's see what Sus has to say. Sus is almost always helpful. You cast the spell, and your mind is filled with a clear sense of danger, rising from the circle of mushrooms in front of you. Presumably they're poisonous, but you would surely not have been tempted to eat them anyway. So isn't the spell being overly cautious? Before you can decide, the magic fades. Make a move. It is too cold to stand still in the shadow of the wall. Walk into the tomb, jump over ring. Jump over ring. I like that. You take a run up and jump clear over the circle of mushrooms, landing on the steps of the mausoleum. The air inside is freezing. Dust coats the floor. Urns line the walls, but there is no coffin. The floor space is empty, except for in the far corner, where a narrow stone staircase leads down into darkness. Cast a spell again. Can I cast Tell? No. My options have changed. We can cast Fog. We can cast Fall, which is probably not helpful. We can try and Dop. I can Sap. I can Sun, which is useful. If I had a Sun Jewel, which I don't. So less than useful. Requires a Sun Jewel. I can always Sus. I don't mind spending the stamina. None of the other things are helpful. Right? None of the other things are helpful? I'm pretty sure none of the other things are helpful. Huh. I guess I needed that silver stake. You cast the spell, clearing your mind, to allow a calm inner voice to speak. It warns you that in the lower level contains a dangerous death wraith, who can only be defeated by weapons made of silver. There is also a trap on the floor, which will prevent you from escaping here. Skulls peer at you from the walls. Really? What are my clues? Only silver weapons. Yep. This was a very good sus. But I can't leave, right? Try to block it? The skull is pulverized into powder. Ah, okay then. Good thing I didn't try to actually run it. The spell's warning is enough. You turn for the door. But you must have hit some kind of switch, as with a terrible grinding sound, the door swings shut. Presumably, if I try to run for it, I just die, right? You run for it, but there almost isn't time. By the time you reach the doorway, the gap is barely a cubit wide and still closing. Whoops. Run for it. Go for it. Recklessly, you dive for the tiny gap. Yeah, it just kills me. Okay, cool. Yeah, let it go. You stay back. Okay. We're stuck here. Pray for aid? No, let's not pray for aid yet. Feel for the stairs, I guess. You feel your way over to the stairs, moving carefully so as not to hurl yourself down them by accident. Finally, your foot finds the top step. There could be anything below. A gaping pit, the jaw of a serpent, perhaps even another manticore. Well, I think we know there's a death wraith down there. But really, what else are we going to do here? You steel your courage and move on, deeper down into the darkness. Menacing sounds echo up from the depths of the crypt. The clanking of chains, the moaning of wind. Perhaps there is some kind of machine down there. Perhaps the mechanism that operated the door. Surely it can be nothing worse. We know there's a death wraith down there. We know that that exists. Huff? Oh, I can't huff. I can howl. Let's see if howl works. Ha! You cast the spell and wait for a sense of how to proceed. A voice enters your mind telling you there is no hope for you in the darkness below. I see. Run. Well, time to pray. Just as you think you will never breathe again, a heavy blade is pushed into your heart, and you die from that instead. Well, that didn't end well, did it? I think we kind of can't afford to go in there, huh? I wonder if maybe it's actually okay to grab the thing? You reach over to pull out the silver stake, but you cannot reach it without stepping inside the mushroom ring. Something about that gives you pause. Really? Something about stepping within the confines of something that is perfectly circular gives me pause? It's gonna be a teleport trap. Yep. All of the portal traps just take me straight into the goddamn sewers. Every single portal trap just takes me into the sewers. What is it with portal traps and sewers? It doesn't seem like we can actually do anything here. Like, I think I just don't have the ability to do the thing that I need to. Embrace the damp, let it mold you. Return to the main path where the moonlight is a little brighter. I think we need to go. At least this is the path to the North Gate. I wonder if I can do... I was hoping for something a little different, Icarus. Not for every single portal trap to take me to the exact same place. I was hoping for a little creativity on the part of the trappers. Okay, so it is 12:30, which means I should be cutting stream. Should have cut stream a while ago. I'm gonna kind of push to Northgate and see if we can force our way through with what we have. Then maybe takes another 10-15 minutes, hopefully. Not too much longer. You return to the path gratefully and make your way to the far side of the graveyard. Beside the gate is a disused well, perhaps once used to draw water to wash the bodies before interment. So I'm just going to ignore, push all the way through. If we can get out now, great. Then we'll get out now and and be ready to do part 3 on Sunday. Otherwise, I think we will call it, rewind back to this area, uh, and then be ready to do a little bit more exploration next time. The rear gate of the graveyard hangs from its hinges, but not from age. It seems it has been taken apart, maybe widened even to let something through. Beyond it is deep forest. Okay. You walk for half an hour through thick trees along a narrowing track until you reach a fork in the road. To the left, the track gets narrower still. To the right, a massive shadow looms, so large it seems as though a colossus has seated itself on the wall in thought. A chill wind blows through you, as though ghosts walked back and forth this way. Compass? Then points at the imposing shape. Really? I'm just going to go this way. As advertised. You walk between clawing trees and thick bushes. The north gate is finally in sight. You can see its imposing, ornately carved wooden doors over the top of the guard huts, and low buildings that lie at the end of this road. Keep going. Go quickly! You stride forwards, footsteps crunching loudly on the gravel below. In a few minutes, you will have reached the edge of Kare. But between here and there is a long road, lined by thick and gloomy trees, a patch of wild forest like you haven't seen since the hills. You keep going as quickly as you can. Things rustle and mutter in the trees on either side, but you pay them no notice. But then your head is turned. Something catches your eye. Movement in the shadows on both sides of the road. Torchlight. Nope, keep running. You charge forward, undeterred. You have not come this far to be stopped now. But the creatures in the bushes disagree. With a growl, one leaps out. A wolf, clad in tight metal armor. No, a werewolf. No matter. You've defeated werewolves before. Excuse me? That's a lot of werewolves. You open your mind to the patterns of the stars above, but just as the last moment, you freeze. One werewolf you could probably defeat with a spell, but suddenly there are more. 10, 20, 30 werewolves pad down from the shadows onto the path, forming an arc in front of you. Okay, hi! You wait, tensed and ready to run if necessary. Then you notice a man, stepping from the tree line beyond. Who goes there? He demands. Friend or foe? Friend? Neither? Friend of whom? Then you are a foe. The man laughed softly. With a swift movement of his hands, he gestures to his dogs. They bound forward, two catching your wrists in slavering jaws, holding them tightly but firmly. One flick of my finger, he says, and you'll never lift so much as a fork again. Now give me a straight answer. Are you with us or against us? I'm with you? Then tell me the passphrase, before I'm forced to take the throat of a friend. I don't know it. So, he says, you're a late recruit to our cause. Well, it isn't too late. The fee to join is... He pauses a moment as he sizes up what you're worth. For you, 45 gold pieces. I don't have that much. The man looks at you for a long moment, trying to decide if you're lying to him. Finally, he says, then I'll take your money pouch. Really? A mugger? That's all you are? Well, in the service of efficiency, take my money and let me pass. Take it. You nod, indicating the money pouch at your waist. The man takes it, counts out its contents. I see I misread you, he remarks. You're just another beggar. Well dressed, perhaps, but no better than the rest of us. He throws back your now empty money pouch, then gestures for the wolves to release you. Stay clear of the city tonight, beggar, he declares. And if anyone asks, make sure your loyalties lie with Vic. With that, he whistles to his wolves and sweeps away into the night. This is the first time I've seen Vic, Ragnar. You breathe a heavy sigh of relief. 2 new clues? Armored wolves. Vic. This is the first time I have heard of Vic. Perhaps the gate will open to adopt spell after all. You have reached the north gate. The ground before it is wide and clear, and lit by blazing torches set into brackets either side of the enormous sealed doors. Should there be archers hiding in the shadows, they would have a clear sight on you. Off to one side is a well, but there's no other cover. You don't know all of the spell lines, of course, but perhaps the gate will open to adopt spell after all. Throwing caution to the wind, you step out of the shadows and approach the gate. Time to see if you have learned enough on your travels through the city to unlock it. I'm going to recite the spell. You reach the other side of the clearing unscathed and stand below the enormous doors. You knock firmly on the door. When there is no response, you call out, "I am here to open this gate!" There is no response. You begin to wonder if you've been tricked, if there is no gate here at all, and this is simply an illusion painted across a solid stone wall. Suddenly, you are not alone. A phantom voice issues from the wood itself. "Halt, stranger!" it booms. "Do you know the spell which controls the gate?" "I do." You reply, although you only know 2 of the lines. You know a few, although you realize you do not know which order the lines go in. Ah, okay. So I need to know all 4 lines. I can't just fake it with the poem. The poem tells me the order, but I still need to know the lines. "Then I await your command," the voice booms. From across the clearing, you hear a scrabbling sound of metal on stone. But there is no time for that now. You close your eyes and try to recall the scratched poem in the sewer chamber. Tumblers 2 sealed deep inside. Something is definitely moving in the corner of the clearing. Something coming for you with blades and claws and teeth. "I bid you portals open wide." I don't think this is going to be enough. I feel like this is not going to be enough. You stand back to see what effect your lines have had. The voice has gone silent. A horde of goblins. What? You wait impatiently to see what will happen. Then the voice booms out. "Incorrect! This door is sealed." Goblins? From behind you comes the sound of feet and swords. Horde of goblins. Goblins. They are clambering up from the well, like rats from an open sewer. A seemingly endless stream of the creatures. Each is armored and armed with a short sword, and their gleaming eyes are set on you as they race forward across the dirt. They swarm for the gate, surrounding you. And in their midst, a small figure is being propelled forward. You cannot clearly see him, but he is wearing a dull metal circlet on his brow, which he clutches as though it was keeping him safe. Their king, perhaps? But since when have goblins had a king? Oh, goblins have always had a king. He is surrounded by a guard of nearly 20 goblins, as though he was indeed precious. You hang back, watching as the figure nears the gate. What? He just lets me out? Leaning down to the lock, he whispers something, but you cannot hear what he says. A moment later, the gate begins to move. It is opening! Run for it? Keep running! This is your chance to leave the city! You rush forwards, chanting fearsome-sounding liturgy at the top of your lungs to scare the goblins and clear them aside. You are nearly through, when suddenly, a great cry goes up from outside the walls. Something is moving out there. Keep running! Oh. I see. Bad timing. Invading goblins who know the secret code? That seems bad. For the Kare citizens. You keep pelting madly forward, for once simply running madly and not waiting to look around. For once. It's actually true. You are almost through the gates when you see what is out there. An army of marsh goblins. Thousands of them. Fully armed. And stampeding into Kare. Drop to one side of the gate. At the last moment before the invading army crashes through the open gate, you drop to one side, pressing yourself breathless against the stone. Aww, I wanted to get through the gate. The invading army, marsh goblins, storm through, filling the clearing and meeting their hill cousins in a loud and violent celebration. The man with the circlet at the gate cries with glee. "A new day for Carre begins!" he cries, clambering onto the shoulders of a nearby goblin as though about to make a speech. Quite suddenly, the goblins that are carrying him let go. He cries out as he falls to the ground. A sword goes up, slashing down. There is a scream. They have murdered their own king. What is going on here? The circlet from his head rolls to your feet. The goblins, clashing sword on shield, look towards the city with violent eyes. Yo, what is this thing? From the way the king was clutching the circlet, you might have thought it was a thing of power, perhaps akin to the crown of kings itself. But it is nothing. Cheap, hammered iron. It still bears the groove from where it was once a goblin sword. You toss it into the dust. There is nothing you can do to stop them, and your quest for the crown cannot afford to be held up. Darting forward through the crowd of creatures, you head for the open gate in the backlands. Really? You run for the gate, but your progress is slow. Goblins are surging in, and they are starting to organize. One, a leader of some kind, is hoisted up by others so he can address the crowd. "Carre falls!" he screams in his guttural voice. "And every creature dies!" Suddenly, goblin eyes are turning on you, as if they had not seen you before. One springs forward, but there are 100 more behind. Run for it! What is going on here? There's still so much game in this game! You cannot keep this up. Wave after wave of goblin is filling the yard. You cannot hope to kill them all with just your sword. You turn and race away into the shadows. Then a voice rings out. "Stop! There is a better way!" Ignore the voice? Run? Does ignore the voice mean run? You ignore the voice, but all around you, something is happening. It is as though the goblins have slowed down, their warmongering becoming an absurd stately dance. The noise in the clearing dulls to a low rumble. "I command you to stop!" the voice cries, and suddenly you feel yourself held rigid. From the smoke of the torches by the gate, a figure emerges. It is an old man with a long beard and deep black irised eyes. He paces through the churning goblin army to stand in the open. His legs disappear into a spectral trail. He is at least part wraith. As soon as the two groups got together, they dropped the monarchy and began to unionize. Yeah! Power to the people, man. "Step forward," he commands, and you find yourself bidden. The goblins seem to part around you like smoke as you approach the figure. "I have aligned 3 stars, the ghostly man declares. Vic rises tonight. The goblins show their hands tonight, but also you." Oh, I know Lorag's voice. It's Lorag. Okay. "I have aligned 3 stars, the ghostly man declares. Vic rises tonight. The goblins show their hand tonight, but also you. You are here tonight." Suddenly you recognize his face. It is Lorag the Scholar! "We meet again," he says. "It has not been long for you. For me, it has been centuries upon centuries. I have founded the city, and now I intend to save it. I need to leave this city." "So you have been searching for the spell lines," he replies. "I know. It is the task I have laid out for you." "But the gate is already open," you reply. "The goblins opened it. Their leader did." The figure slowly shakes his head. "The spell does not open the gate." His tone is heavy and dark, like tarred timber. "The spell controls it, and there are deep magics burned into the wood itself. Magics that have poisoned this city and burnt fire into the eyeballs of those who live nearby." He stares at you, his coal-black eyes expressing no emotion. "Deep magics I place there to be used by you tonight. I am dead. You must act for me." "How can I find this magic?" "I tried to find them, but they were too well hidden." "I don't know about too well hidden." The wizard nods. "The lines are known to 4 nobles.
Lord Theta is blind and living in the wastelands of Upper Kare. Lord Shinva is dead, but not yet forgotten, in his mausoleum in the necropolis.
But there is no more time. It is too late.
There is a magic, Lorag replies, that will give you the time you need. I cast it on myself once, and went far back, to before the city was built. I founded Kare. Now you will save it.
Curse you and the journey to follow. Huh. So my path is one way. But I can, go back in time and do it again.
If you will allow me, he says, I will bend time itself, so that you may return to the city and find the spell for the gate. So, shall you take the adventure? Or will you leave Kare to burn? Understand also, he adds darkly, I will curse you and the journey to follow if you do not assist me.
My word. You hesitate. Kare is a city of traps, but also of secrets, and there is still more that you might find. Can you afford to let the city port burn? What's with the heartbeats, okay? Why is this so dramatic? At any rate, I'm not ready to keep this going tonight. We've already gone far later than I probably should have. And, there is apparently a lot more to do than I expected. So we'll have to save it for next time. Save is not a thing. Yeah, no closure tonight. Yes, correct. Correct. I haven't been paying attention to the other thing, by the way. I will look at it when people have made... When things are a little more final. There is no point in stressing out while needles go back and forth and people have no idea what's going on. So, sorry to do this to you, but yeah, we're not finishing this tonight. Boy, there sure is a lot to do here, though. I think what I am going to do next time is rewind a lot and go back into the wasteland. Because I want to take care of finding the line from Theta. We know where Theta is, so it shouldn't be hard to get his line. But we got to make sure to do that before we go into the necropolis, because the necropolis is next on the linear journey all the way to things. Yes, leave, spell, or rewind. My plan is rewind, I think. But I guess we're going to save Kare. Which puts some interesting interesting spins on some of the dialogue options I've had, right? People asking, are you here to save Kare or to burn it or whatever? So I guess now we're actually here to save Kare? Okay, I guess that's what we're doing. But yeah, that'll have to be saved for next week. So, what else are we doing? They're all jerks? They are all jerks. But I don't want to be cursed for the rest of my journey. And I firmly believe that Lorag is capable of cursing the rest of my journey. So, I mean, I could just abandon Kare, right? I abandoned Kare here, and, part 2 is over. But I don't know how screwed I am for the rest of the journey. It's time I could become king of the sewers. Yeah, go into all the sewers. Actually, Regnar, I'm assuming you're familiar with this game. How screwed am I if I abandon Kare? I am okay with getting a direct answer to this. How badly does it affect me? Waiting patiently for an answer. Not very screwed? Maybe I just abandoned Kare then. I don't know. Do we feel like... Okay. Alright. I'll put it to chat. Do you guys want to see more of this chapter? Do you guys want me to rewind? Do you want me to continue the search? Or do you want me to just move on and move into the Backlands? I've done pretty well so far. I think I've done pretty well so far. I mean, I regret losing all of my gold. But, Am I the type of person in this game to abandon it?
No, I am a hero! Very heroic!
I guess I can't abandon Kare. I don't feel good about that either, but... I just want to move on! I want there to be progress. The quest for the remaining 2 gate clues. So, one of them is the dude in the wastelands, and the other one is the undead thing, but we need to be able to deal with the undead thing. So that's a bit of a problem. And I don't know what needs to happen in order to make us able to deal with the undead thing. I'm remarkably unsure as to how that gets dealt with. But okay, all right. I guess we will continue this. I guess we'll continue this